The Man in the Iron Mask.
When Edmund Marchioly takes King Louis's place at the ball given to welcome the Infanta of Spain, who is betrothed to Louis, an attempt is made to assassinate the man whom everybody believes to be the king. But Edmund shows amazing prowess with his sword, and also saves the life of the Infanta. So impressed is she that she hurries to his apartments later and tells him that although she hated the sight of him on the day before, she has, all in one night, fallen in love with him. Later, when King Louis talks with his brother, Edmund asks him to be kind to the Infanta. Louis immediately accuses him of having fallen in love with her.
Of course, you've fallen in love. Oh, what a strange taste you must have. Everybody at court thinks she's dowdy, ugly. Of course, tonight in that red velvet dress which I sent her, she looked passingly pretty. So you're in love with her, brother?
That's not true.
No. The appeal in your eyes when you asked me to be kind to her. When you told me that she was pure at heart. Perhaps you wish you were me, eh? In 5 days' time, standing before the altar with Maria Theresa, becoming a husband.
Louis, I am not in love with her. But I do want you to try and understand that she's sweet and innocent and much too good for you.
You dare to talk to your king like that?
You're my brother. And now I can say as I like. Yes, even at the risk of being put back in the Bastille in that filthy iron mask. Louis, she loves you. She worships you. And yet even now you're planning to go off into the country to another woman.
And why not? What is the Infanta of Spain to me? It's merely a marriage of state. Of all the women I've ever met, I think she is the least likely to attract me. What is more, I'm not sure that I'll be able to hold my temper with her. She's dull and stupid and boorish and so narrow-minded that it just makes my head ache when I think of it. But do you know what, Edmund? I'm beginning to think that you're gaining a lot of self-possession in my clothes and in my disguise.
No, Louis. Why, only just now I told Atelier that I didn't want to go on with the masquerade. And yet, I have so much at stake.
Oh, you must continue with it now. I've already written to Maria in the country. She's expecting me tomorrow night.
But the situation is fraught with danger. I fear that the Cardinal, sooner or later he'll guess. Some question he'll ask me, and I'll give the wrong answer.
But you fooled him tonight, and you could do that again. In fact, here's the idea. When I'm gone, you will say you are resting, suffering from shock because of the ordeal you've been through. Everybody will be sympathetic because they all saw you fighting against 7. If the Cardinal comes and asks you questions regarding matters of state, say you're too ill to talk. That'll rid you of him. Also, when you're in doubt, there's always the Atelier to guide you. But I can't understand why you can't be king and yet go off into the country as well. Oh, my dear Edwin, we come back now to the Cardinal. He's a cunning old fox, and he knows that if I disappeared from Paris, that I'd be making my way straight to his beloved niece, Maria. He would send her off to Austria or Italy, and perhaps I might never see her again. In this way, we close the eyes of the old fox. He will not suspect.
I see. And what about my part of the bargain? Did you release the prisoner?
What prisoner?
The young woman in the Bastille.
Oh, yes, I'd almost forgotten. Oh, yes, of course, I signed a dispatch as soon as you agreed to my condition.
And she's free now?
Yes.
I thank heaven for that.
Is this one of your paramours?
Just a friend.
Oh, now, you needn't be so guarded with your brother. After all, you know about my peccadillos now. Why shouldn't I know something of yours?
I prefer not to discuss her.
It's a mystery to me how you're able to conduct an affair in the Bastille. I'm beginning to think the warders are not as strict as they should be. Must make a note to tell the Cardinal in the morning. Oh, poor Cardinal Mazarin. You know, if only he could see me 24 hours from now. The lovely Maria, his favorite niece. And how she adores me. How she worships me. Oh, you don't know what beauty is, my dear Edmund, until you've seen Maria. You talk of this Infanta as being beautiful. Next to Maria, she's a veritable witch. Broomstick and all.
have a great deal to do today.
Yes, Your Highness.
Now, first, I want you to see that a letter is sent to the Queen Mother. I need advice about French fashions. The gown was a great success last night, Louisa.
I knew it would be, Your Highness. You have never shown me your shoulders before, and as you left these apartments, I felt that they would indeed be the most beautiful shoulders in the Hall of Mirrors.
I received many compliments.
I'm glad. So glad, because you were afraid to wear the dress. You remember, Your Highness?
Was I? Oh, Louisa, that seems such a long time ago. The span between today and yesterday, it's like 100 years. I feel a new person this morning.
And you look so different, Your Highness. Your eyes are sparkling, there is color in your cheeks, and you hold yourself so erect. You think that perhaps you might like France after all?
Like France? Oh, I don't think I could ever leave here now. I made the most terrible mistake, Louisa. The king is a very wonderful man.
I thought that too, Your Highness, but I dared not speak it. This morning below stairs, all the servants are talking about his wonderful swordsmanship and the fact that he saved your life. They all say that it is the most romantic, the most exciting thing that has ever happened in the history of the kings and queens of France.
And you were there the night before when I called him a fop, worthless, useless. Oh, I was so insulting. Louisa, I feel that I am just beginning to live.
Oh, Your Highness, it makes me so happy to hear you say that. I like this French life, too. The food is so highly spiced and the women all dress so well, even below stairs.
And I shall be the best dressed of them all. At least I owe that to my king. And that is why I must talk with the Queen Mother, find out the king's favorite colors, the fashions he prefers, what food he likes best, and which are his favorite wines. I shall do all I can to make him feel that the bargain is not such a bad one after all. Where is the portrait, Louisa? The portrait we brought from Spain.
Packed away in the bottom of one of the baskets.
Then bring it out, Louisa, bring it out. It must be put here in this room. The private place opposite the great doors. I want to gaze upon it all day and every day, until the time comes when Louis will be at my side for always. Oh, Louisa, what a happy woman I am.
Marchioly, are you awake? Yes, Letellier. The king. Did he start off last night? Oh, yes, he wasted no time with his beloved Maria. He should be there by now. He must be back within 4 days so that he can marry the Infanta. It'll be a tremendous wedding, of course. Oh, incredible. All the ambassadors from all over the world. And there's to be a great room at the end of the palace in which they will put their gifts. There will be a reception afterwards inside the palace at Versailles and outside in the grounds as well. Fireworks and maypoles and as much wine as the thousands of guests can drink. Yes, I sympathize with His Majesty. He loves the Cardinal's niece. Oh, he loves her so much. Now he must come back to all this noise and be burdened with a boorish woman.
Don't you dare call Her Highness Maria Theresa a boorish woman. She's your superior. Understand that, Letellier?
I beg your pardon.
I think you heard what I said.
Methinks Edmund Marchioly takes his masquerade too seriously.
While the king is away, I am the king.
You? Why? Well,
hadn't you better see who's at the door? I'm indisposed.
Very indisposed, it seems to me.
What, Cardinal Ludwig?
Where is His Majesty?
His Majesty is not, he is not well after the excitement of last night.
I'd like to see him all the same.
But, my Lord Cardinal, I
This is a matter which brooks no procrastination. Stand aside, Letellier.
So, our hero has found it too much for him.
I'm afraid so, my Lord Cardinal. The muscles of my arms, they ache, sir.
I do not wonder. You've dealt with 7 men, and I've never seen anybody wield a sword as you used it. The whole of France is humming this morning with the news. You're a hero and a king all in one. Now then, to business.
Business? Oh, but my Lord Cardinal, I'm not sure that I feel like talking business this morning. My head aches, too. Perhaps the undue excitement last night.
I feel sorry about that because you will have to rise from your bed. This is a very urgent matter and must be dealt with today.
What is it you want of me?
Several unforeseen difficulties have arisen concerning the marriage. In 4 days' time, you and the Infanta are being married according to the French ceremony, but now the Spanish ambassador has made certain representations. You must be married according to the Spanish law as well.
That can be arranged, surely.
Yes, but unfortunately you cannot be married according to the 2 ceremonies on the one day. The timing and the plans have all been completed. Everything would be upset.
Then, what do you suggest?
I've already made the declaration. You will marry the Infanta quietly today, according to the Spanish custom.
Today?
This leaves the pomp and ceremony of the French marriage undisturbed for its great show in 4 days' time.
Edmund Marchioly sat straight up in his bed when he heard this startling news. Here was an alarming development for which he could find no answer. Make sure you hear the next interesting chapter of The Man in the Iron Mask.
The Man in the Iron Mask.
From the novel by Alexander Dumas, adapted for radio by Eric Scott and a George Edwards production. King Louis is very much in love with the Cardinal's niece Maria, but the Cardinal apparently has other plans for this girl, and he packs her off to the country. Perhaps the Cardinal knows a little too much of the King and his intrigues. Then he reminds His Majesty that his state marriage is drawing near, the marriage with the Infanta of Spain. But the King hits upon a crafty plan. He orders his twin brother Edmund to take his place in Paris while he goes to the country to say a loving farewell to the Cardinal's niece. In this way, the Cardinal will believe that he is in Paris all the time. However, the unexpected happens. The King leaves in a closed carriage at night, and early the next morning the Cardinal calls on the man whom he believes to be the King and tells him that although the state marriage is planned in 4 days' time, it has been arranged that a Spanish ceremony will take place that very day.
I'm to be married today?
Yes, Your Majesty, but only according to the Spanish custom. As I pointed out, we might hurt the feelings of the Spanish ambassador and the Spanish people if you and the Infanta were married according to the French custom only.
But can't the 2 marriages be performed on the one day?
That is impossible. The plans have been completed. And there again, if we marry you according to the Spanish custom on the day of our own French marriage, we might hurt our own people.
You don't know who you'll be hurting if we're married today.
I see nothing to be perplexed about, Your Majesty. It will be done quietly, simply, with only the Spanish ambassador present, Maria Teresa and her maids-in-waiting, and the several Spanish nobles who happen to be in court at the present time. Now then, The marriage has been set down for late afternoon. It doesn't demand the court dress. It will be just a quiet, simple affair. A gesture to our neighbors, the Spaniards, who, after all, must be placated, even though at the moment they are rather in our power.
But I'm not sure that I can be married today.
But, Your Majesty, why not? You have no engagement.
You'll have to give me time to think.
But of what is there to think, Your Majesty? You asked me to arrange this whole difficult business for you, and believe me, it has been an intricate affair. Whom to invite, whom not to invite, what customs to observe, the plan for the wedding feast. All these things have taken time and trouble, and I and your counselors have sat many days, planning carefully. To be truthful, we were worried, very worried about the Spanish side of the business, until I myself struck on the brilliant plan of having this quiet marriage today. Well, I will leave you now, Your Majesty.
I'll have to think about it. I just can't rush into this.
But what is there to rush into? Your Majesty, have you had another late night?
Not exactly. Look here, will you send Letellier to me? And you'll hear from me later in the day.
The marriage will take place in the chapel. I will officiate myself. Later, we will retire to the Red Banquet Room for the usual supper gathering. Good morning, Your Majesty.
My Lord Cardinal.
Yes, Your Majesty?
The Spanish custom of marriage is legal.
Your Majesty, what a question to ask. Of course it's legal. Otherwise, our neighbors, the Spaniards... But we can let that pass. Good morning, Your Majesty.
To be married? To be married late this afternoon? Oh, dear. I can't do it. And the king's already in the country. Come in. Oh, come in. Letellier. I'm to be married late this afternoon. What? At least the King of France is to be married according to the Spanish custom. Mon Dieu! And there doesn't seem to be any getting out of it unless I openly oppose the cardinal. Oh, no. No, you can't do that. But, well, what else can I do? I can't marry the Infanta of Spain. Please, Letellier, I appeal to your reason. How quickly can the king be brought back here? It's only a matter of a few hours, but then there's the journey forward. Someone will have to go to him. Tell him of this. Tell him of this frightful predicament. Oh, His Majesty must ride back post-haste. But will there be time? The cardinal said that everything had been planned for a wedding in the chapel late this afternoon. Oh, mon Dieu, this is overwhelming. I will ride myself, Marchioly. The most unlooked-for, uncalled-for of events. I'll ride with all haste to the king and bring him back as quickly as possible. But in the meantime, supposing something happens, I shall have to openly oppose the cardinal. Oh, no, Marchioly, you dare not do that. But why? Why? If I'm supposed to be the king, is not the king the master of his subjects? There's something you don't understand. There's a delicate situation between the king and the cardinal. The king, unfortunately, is not a thrifty king, and the treasury coffers become empty regularly. And it is the cardinal who always comes forward. In what way? Surely he doesn't lend the king money. Indeed, yes, Marchioly. He has lent money on a number of occasions, and at an extortionate interest. Also, he advises the king, showing him where he can replenish the treasury coffers. Another valuable trait in the cardinal's character. And that is why the king would not dream of offending Cardinal Mazarin. And if you took it upon yourself to do what he wouldn't do... I know. The Iron Mask. Yes, Marchioly. All right, Letellier. Don't waste any more time. Every minute is precious. I can only hope that you reach him before this terrible event takes place.
You look radiant this morning.
I have never been happier. You know, Louisa, today is more important to me even than my wedding day.
But why, Your Highness?
The cardinal has just been to see me. We are to be married at 6 this afternoon, according to our own custom.
Oh, how wonderful.
Since I have come to love our king, I have inwardly wished this, Louisa. It is strange, isn't it, how an unspoken wish sometimes becomes a fact? Yes, I wished it with all my heart and soul, that we could be married according to the Spanish rites. Now, this French way of living, Louisa, it's very strange. If the marriage ceremony concurs with it, I would feel almost unmarried.
And will you be in your bridal dress? Oh, I hope not, because it is not ready yet.
No, Louisa. The cardinal especially asked me to wear quiet black. We must be unobtrusive so as not to overshadow the big wedding, which will be here so soon. Oh, I shiver a little when I think of the state wedding, Louisa. The drive through the streets of Paris, the great crowd congregated around the cathedral. The cardinal told me of it this morning. And then later the reception. So many eyes, so many faces leaning forward, staring at me, appraising, calculating. Some perhaps resentful because I am a Spaniard.
Oh, but you love your husband. That is so important, Your Highness.
Yes. If it weren't for that, Louisa, I think today would be the unhappiest day of my life. Instead, it would be my most perfect day.
My dear Maria, if only we could stay here forever.
Oh, it's so beautiful, Louis. The orchard in bloom, the lake.
The swans. And yet no swan sounds so soft as your cheek. Oh, darling, why is your uncle so determined that I should not marry you?
I don't know, Louis.
Oh, if only I could take my courage in my two hands.
He would refuse. I know my Lord Cardinal. Besides, for me, he has other plans.
The church.
I think so.
Oh, Maria, such loveliness to be wasted in convent walls.
Not wasted, Louis. Those within convent walls have a mission. A mission of self-sacrifice and love.
Why, Maria, you speak as though you were in agreement with my Lord Cardinal.
Of course I'm not in agreement with him, Louis. But I am deeply religious. That is why I accept what is to be. I feel that if a higher one than us wanted it so, then it should be so. That we must be apart.
I cannot bear to think of it. I just cannot bear the thought. And it's so absurd. I, the King of France, master of everything I survey, and yet I cannot have what I love most in this world.
Look, riding through the gates, the horseman.
Why, I do believe... Oh, no, my eyes must be deceiving me.
Somebody you know.
Letellier. Letellier, of all people, what's he doing here? Mon Dieu, what brings you here, Letellier? You with the important charge of the palace.
Your Majesty, give me time for breath. I've been riding furiously, never stopping except to change horses. Your Majesty, you must come back to the palace at once.
What?
At once, Your Majesty. Something serious has happened.
But I've only just arrived, and for 3 days.
Oh, 1,000 pardons, Your Majesty, to dare to argue with you, but you must ride for Paris post-haste. You're to be married late this afternoon.
Married?
Yes. The Cardinal came to you in your bedchamber this morning and informed Edmund Marchioly, believing he was you, that you must be married according to the Spanish customs. He would take no refusal.
But that wouldn't... Oh, no, I won't do it. Maria and I planned this, these 3 days together. Perhaps the last 3 days for a long, long time.
Oh, but Your Majesty, the marriage must take place.
Marriage? Mon Dieu, this gives me the most brilliant idea I've ever had. Letellier, ride back to Paris without me. Without? Yes, Letellier, without me. Maria, my darling Maria, why didn't I think of this before? Marchioly can go through with the marriage. He can marry the Infanta again on the state occasion, which will lead me to marry you in secret.
Your Majesty!
Oh, how convenient to have a man the image of yourself. Why, he can even play the husband. Well, Letellier, don't stand there and stare. Go back to Paris and tell him. This is an order from the king.
The Man in the Iron Mask.
When Cardinal Mazarin informs Edmund Marchioly, who is pretending to be King Louis of France, that he is to be married late that afternoon according to the Spanish custom, Edmund becomes most alarmed. He sends Letellier off to the country where the real king is involved in an intrigue with the cardinal's niece. It seems that the king is very fond of this niece, Maria, but fears the cardinal and his power. However, when Letellier arrives and informs him about the marriage to take place that day, the king suddenly hits upon what he believes to be a brilliant idea. His twin brother, having already taken his place at a public reception, can now take his place at a public marriage. This will leave Louis free to marry the cardinal's niece secretly.
Isn't it the perfect idea, Maria?
But I don't understand, Louis.
Well, let me make myself clear. This twin brother of mine, whom I told you about, Edmund Marchioly.
Yes?
He is so like me that nobody knows, not even my own mother.
And the cardinal?
Oh, the cardinal has no idea either, in spite of the fact that the cardinal knows this other brother. Dressed in my robes, nobody can tell the difference. Maria, my dear, I've told you how much I love you, how much I want you for mine own always. In this way we can bring it about.
You mean, Your Majesty, you'll allow your brother to marry the Infanta on both occasions?
Well, of course, my dear Letellier. Have you no sense? He can't marry her on one occasion and then allow me to step forward and marry her on the other. That would indeed be a bigamous marriage. No, I want Edmund to legally marry the Infanta, and then Maria and I can be married quietly. Later we can arrange it. Well, she'll come and live in the palace. Now, isn't it a perfect idea, Maria?
Oh, Louis, your thoughts have always run right. But this is the most riotous thought of all, and the most impossible.
Impossible?
Would it be fair to the Infanta in the first place?
Well, I think the Infanta would be delighted. You see, she knows me, and well, now she likes me. Oh, don't you see? She doesn't realize that there are two of us. Fortunately, it's Edmund whom she admires.
But the cardinal? Have you forgotten the cardinal?
He would never know.
It would be a dangerous secret. One which might even lose you your crown, Louis.
Oh, what absurd talk is this?
I'm frightened of my uncle, and so are you. Yours are business reasons, reasons of state. Mine are spiritual. He is a cardinal, my dear Louis. And if he learned of this secret, he would have us both excommunicated at once.
Excommunicated?
Yes, Louis. For it would be a sin against the church, would it not? To deceive the Infanta, and my uncle would be so very, very angry. Because he has this other plan for me. The church. Oh, Louis, much as I love you, I could never marry you under these conditions.
Maria.
Monsieur Letellier will understand that what I am saying is quite right.
Your Majesty, I agree with Mademoiselle. It would be too great a danger, and not only would you be deceiving my Lord Cardinal and the Infanta, you would be deceiving your people as well. If the secret came out, perhaps your people might even rise against you. And then, as Mademoiselle has just said, you might even lose your crown to Edmund Marchioly.
To Edmund Marchioly? What do you mean?
Well, Your Majesty, he is, after all, your twin brother.
My twin brother, is he? And yes, I suppose he is. He has no other claim to the crown. I am the King of France, and there are only a handful of people who know the real truth. Very well, Maria. Seems that you and I must be parted. Sorry state for a king who was supposed to have all the power in the world in his hands.
Don't be angry with me, Louis. I speak the truth, and you know I speak the truth.
Oh, Maria. Could I be angry with you? You're right. I shall have to go back to Paris straight away. But before I go, let me tell you this. There have been many women in my life. There'll probably be many more. But no women will ever mean what you have meant to me. I'll never forget you, Maria. Goodbye.
Your Highness.
Oh, it's you, Louisa.
I must apologize for disturbing Your Highness, but it is time to rise and dress. Were you asleep?
Asleep? Yes, I think I was, Louisa. I was asleep and dreaming of Louis and myself in those lovely grounds around Versailles, walking through the rose arbor, and not as a king and queen, but as a man and a woman, so very much in love.
You think he loves you, Your Highness?
He puzzles me, Louise. I'm not sure that he does love me, but when he is not in his cups, he respects me. Somehow the change seems to have come overnight. I noticed first how charming he was on the night when I was given the ball to meet young vegetables.
When he saved your life?
Yes. Before then, well, perhaps I was at fault, Louise. You see, when I came to Paris, I was forlorn and lonely. I felt I had no friends, and even the king seemed unfriendly, cold, and then later, sodden with drink, bawdy. Oh, but that night seems a long way away.
I believe, Your Highness, that perhaps in meeting you he has decided to reform. Perhaps an unmarried king drinks to seek distraction, but when he is married, he will be more settled.
I will do all I can to make him happy. And tonight, by our Spanish rules, he is my husband.
Will you be separated tonight?
No, I hope not, and yet, from what Cardinal Mazarin has told me, we must not appear as man and wife until after the second marriage. 3.5 days now, Louisa. 3.5 days.
Come in.
Your most gracious Majesty, your servants await you.
Servants?
Yes, Your Majesty, your barbers and your tailors and your grooms and gentlemen in waiting, ready to prepare you for the ceremony in 2 hours' time.
Oh. Has Monsieur Letellier returned?
People come striding up the hall now, Your Majesty. Why, yes, here is Monsieur Letellier and a gentleman beside him in a cowl and cape.
Oh, thank heaven for that. Let them enter, lackey. And you stand outside the door.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Close the doors. Your Majesty.
Yes, at last I'm here. Oh, what a devastating ride. The dust and the flies and the heat and the filth. Oh, I'm exhausted, positively exhausted. Letellier, send for wine. 2 bottles. No, make it 3. Oh, I must have some support for the horror before me. Well, go on, Letellier. Don't waste any more time.
Yes, Your Majesty.
And you, here, take off this cowl. Cover your face well. Have you sent back to the Bastille until this business is over? Ah, 1,000 curses on the head of Cardinal Mazarin. Why in heaven's name was I not told of this before I left?
Because nobody knew but you and I and the Letellier that you were leaving, Your Majesty.
Yeah. It's peaceful up there and quiet. Nothing to jangle me, to upset me. Now that I'm back again, it's matters of state all the time. Wretched princess that I have to marry. Appearances in public, her room next to mine. Oh, that I can't bear the thought of. I think of my lovely dove up there. And yet I am the King of France, supposed to be the happiest man in the whole of this land.
You said I was to go back to the Bastille?
Yes, I said it.
But that was not your promise, Your Majesty. Remember the island?
I haven't forgotten. You can rely on me, Edmund. I'll keep my word. I've already taken steps to have investigations made. Several islands off the coast are now being closely examined. We'll pick the one that is most suitable for you.
So long as you keep your promise, that's all I care about.
Yes, open the door. Pull the collar around your face, Marchioly.
Your Majesty, 1,000,000 pardons, but you only have 1 hour left before the ceremony.
You see what I mean? They're at my throat all the time. Oh, what it is to be a king. All right. Tell them to come in. Tell them to dress the turkey and send him to the feast. Was I told that this was going to be a quiet wedding with a handful of people, Letellier?
All the important people must be invited.
It looks as though all the important people of France are here. Chapel door, I can see not one pew empty.
Your Majesty, here she comes. In front her. Look.
Mon Dieu.
What's the matter, Your Majesty?
You know, Letellier, this woman grows a little less ugly every day.
At the ball in her red dress. Now in black velvet with pearls.
She looks very striking.
Striking? Why, she's beautiful. Indeed, how droll. I never thought the day would come when I was to say that Maria Theresa was beautiful. Bedelia, I think I shall be amused after all.
Your Majesty.
Your Highness. Your beautiful Highness. Will you take my arm? It gives me great pleasure that I take you to the altar.
With a hard smile, the king ceremoniously offered his arm, and Maria, smiling softly, believing him to be the king of the night before, gratefully accepted it and pressed lightly with her fingers. This brought an answering smile from Louis, and as they walked down the aisle to the altar, several in the chapel whispered each to the other that this seemed as though it was to be a marriage of mutual love as well as of state. Make sure you hear the next interesting chapter of The Man in the Iron Mask.
The Man in the Iron Mask.
When King Louis realizes that he will not be able to marry Cardinal Mazarin's niece, he returns to Paris embittered and hard, and in a strange frame of mind. But once again the king is surprised when he sees the Infanta, who now, in a modish black gown with pearls, once again looks attractive, a little different to the dowdy Spanish princess who arrived at the court a week before. In an undertone, he confesses to Letellier that he thinks that he will not be as displeased as he originally thought. And so he walks to the altar and there goes through the marriage ceremony in the presence of the Spanish ambassador and the Spanish nobles who happen to be in Paris at that moment. After the ceremony, they retire to the Red Banquet Room, where the toasts are drunk, and there, amid all talk, Cardinal Mazarin suddenly approaches the king.
Well, today we have witnessed a supreme diplomatic move.
And now I have a queen.
Not officially, Your Majesty, but by law, Maria Theresa is now your wife. I notice already that the French court is having its influence. Quite a number remarked on her beauty as she stood in the chapel today.
Just as I was thinking. Maybe it isn't such a bad bargain after all.
You will forget that there ever was such a woman as my niece.
Your niece?
Yes.
My Lord Cardinal, I've always been curious. You know, I'm your king, and I'm not particularly flattered that you find me undesirable where your niece is concerned.
You? Undesirable? Your Majesty will have your joke.
But I am not joking.
Far be it from me to do anything but praise the King of France.
And yet you wouldn't allow this marriage. And you are but my subject.
You choose a strange time to talk of this matter.
Simply because it intrigues me. Oh, I know you treat me as a child. I know you think I have a child's mind.
I have known you ever since you were a baby.
But take care you do not go too far, my Lord Cardinal. I know I'm in your debt. I know you manage my affairs very cleverly. And several times when there's been a crisis, your diplomatic moves have saved the day, but have a care.
Your Majesty, I find you in a strange mood. Have I done anything but good for you?
I didn't think you would ever understand. Still, if I'm to live this life that you order, I shall live it to the fullest. I shall enjoy all there is to offer, including my queen. Look at her, my Lord Cardinal, standing by the windows. What a transformation. When she came here, her brow was like thunder and she spoke in monosyllables. And now she laughs and jokes. There is a light in her eye, and believe it or believe it not, she behaved like a coquette as we walked down towards the altar.
Your Majesty chooses to joke now. I think Your Majesty has had a glass too much.
No, indeed. This is the wine of excitement running through my veins. After all, this is my wedding day.
If you would choose to believe that it is merely a clever diplomatic move, actually, Your Majesty, the princess will be returned to her suite until the day of her wedding. We must think of our French public.
Oh, then we're to be parted. Well, in that case, I must go and talk with her. Wait not a minute, before the happy day when she shall be publicly proclaimed my wife. You may withdraw, my Lord Cardinal.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Maria!
Your Majesty?
But it isn't Your Majesty any longer. This is Louis. Oh, no, not your Louis yet. I believe we're to be parted very shortly.
Parted?
Yes, indeed, until the official marriage. Oh, I see a look of disappointment in your eye. A roguish look of disappointment. You little coquette.
What? Louis, what did you say?
Coquette. Now then, little wench, those aren't real brushes, surely. The byplay in the church. Oh, you're more forward than I.
Louis, this is strange talk, and I don't like it.
You don't like it?
No, it isn't like you. Oh, Louis, you didn't mean what you said.
Well, didn't you mean what you did when you pressed my arm in the church? And then that roguish...
Stop it. Stop it.
What? You talk to me like this? I think you forget that I'm your husband, your king. I have a care with that tongue. It seems to be escaping you once again.
Louis, you're behaving so strangely. Looking at me so strangely. You've been drinking again.
Yes. Drinking in your beauty. Those lovely eyes and that figure. So cunningly molded now.
Louis, I won't stand here and listen. This is in poor taste. You behave like a horrible old roué.
Just a moment.
Let go, my baby. Louis, please. The others will notice.
If I let go your wrist, remember to keep a civil tongue in your head in the future. Remember that I'm your king and your husband. And you'll do as I say.
Yes, Papa?
Marguerite, there is a bowl of broth here on the kitchen table. Won't you take a little of it? After you prepare food, you draw aside and stare into the fire. You never eat.
But I'm not hungry, Papa.
But you will waste away. 3 days you've been home and not a bite to eat. You're fretting for him, aren't you?
Yes, Papa. Wondering where he is, what he's doing, whether he is still safe.
He must be safe. He must be among influential friends, for he told you that you would be released, and you were.
But to know where he is, that would be my one consolation. And if only I could see him just for a moment. No, Papa, you don't know what he went through in that prison. That terrible mask on his face.
What a grim instrument of torture. Why was he punished, I wonder? A good man like that.
I don't know. There are other questions too, Papa. Why was I taken and put into prison? I fear we have a mortal enemy. Somebody who wishes death to us both.
Don't say that.
But it's true. I was to die. And if it hadn't been for that kind warder changing cells for me, I would have been taken out and executed. Papa, if only I knew who was behind it all. We've never done anybody any harm, neither Edmund nor I.
No, there are no two finer people in the world.
And I do love him so. Perhaps it's wrong to love so deeply. Understand, Papa, that my mind is always upon him, wondering where he is and how he fares. I see his face in that fire, and later in the embers, there he is again. When I go to bed at night and close my eyes, I can hear his voice. I can see us running down the hillside from the castle up there. We were happy in those days, laughing, carefree, not a trouble in the world. Yet now...
Everything will come all right, dear Margaret. When two people love as you and Edmund, there is a providence which will guide you both, for love is the strongest bond in this world. With you and Edmund, it's something spiritual, something which rises above mere mortals. You will be together again, dear Margaret, because you have faith, and more important still, because you have courage.
I suppose the jailers will wonder why the King of France comes so often to the Bastille.
Still, I think it's safer than sending for Marchioly and bringing him to the palace, Your Majesty. Mm-hmm. You never can tell. Somebody may see him one of these days.
Quite true, quite true. And now that we have our most excellent news for him, these trips will not be necessary ever again. Oh, this is the cell, I think.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Well, open the door. Don't keep His Majesty waiting.
Oh, 1,000 pardons, Your Majesty.
And now off with you. Down to the end of the passage and wait.
Yes, sir. His Majesty pleases.
Good morning, brother.
Good morning, Your Majesty.
I hope you slept well in your familiar abode.
I'm afraid I didn't sleep at all. I was worried, Your Majesty. The wedding, did everything go according to plan?
Oh, listen to him, Matilda. The interest he takes. I think he would have been happy if I'd been able to keep my arrangements and force him to marry the Infanta. Would you, brother? Would you like to have been the husband of the Infanta of Spain? With her dark eyes and her long lashes and those languorous looks?
Since the situation would have been impossible, Your Majesty, I wouldn't even think about it.
Well, I have given it a great deal of thought. Anyhow, I've come here to deliver personally to you some interesting news.
Yes, Your Majesty?
An island has been found.
An island?
An island where you may spend the rest of your life. And you can count yourself lucky, my good brother, that you were not left in the heavy iron mask which would eventually have strangled or smothered you. But on this island, a charming island, is that not so, Rotelia?
A very beautiful island, Your Majesty, and not far from the coast.
Yes, a charming island where you can stay for the rest of your days in peace. Incidentally, I will have a little peace, too, knowing that my counterpart is not walking around Paris. Oh, he should be dead, you know, Letellier. It would have been much safer.
That is for Your Majesty to decide. But His Majesty made a bargain. And His Majesty would never break his word, I'm quite sure.
You've been useful to me, Edmund. You may be useful again. So you will be dispatched to your island at the end of the week. Another mask will be fashioned.
Another mask?
Oh, but do not be afraid. It will be light and easy to wear. Its only job being to conceal your features if strangers land on the island. Letellier will supervise all arrangements.
Thank you, Your Majesty. But there's still one detail.
And what is that?
It would make no difference to you, Your Majesty. But there happens to be a young woman with whom I am in love. Could I take her there, too, as my wife?
A young woman? But how interesting, Edmund. Tell me more. Who is she? And where does she live? I said, who is she and where does she live?
She would not interest you, Your Majesty. But could I take her with me? That will be all I'd ever ask of you.
The Man in the Iron Mask.
An island has been found, an island where Edmund Marchioly may spend the rest of his days so that nobody will guess that he and the King of France are twins. Edmund immediately thinks of his beloved Marguerite and asks the king if she may be brought there too so that he can marry her. The king immediately becomes interested.
Well, Edmund, aren't you going to tell me more?
There's nothing more to tell, Your Majesty. It's just that I'm in love with this woman. And if I'm to spend the rest of my days on an island, I'll be content if she is with me.
Well, I see no objection to that. Do you, Natalia?
It is what Your Majesty says.
Oh, no objection at all. I don't deny you happiness, Edmund. After all, you are my twin brother, and why shouldn't my twin brother be happy, even if the king is not? Fate is a strange mistress, Natalia. Here is this brother of mine in a dungeon, and I sitting on a throne in the palace, and of the two, I do declare he will be the happier. What's she like, this madame of yours? Fair to look upon?
I prefer not to discuss her.
Oh. So now you're being taciturn, Edmund. You should be endowed with a little of my generous quality.
You? With generous quality?
Oh, my dear Edmund, I was ready and willing to stand by and allow you to be the husband to the Infanta of Spain. Now, if that is not being...
Stop this talk. You hear me? Stop it.
Now he shows his teeth, Natalia. Have a care, Edmund. Otherwise you will not be able to snap or bite or snarl at all. Remind me, Natalia, to make sure that the heavy iron mask is delivered to the island also, just in case my dear brother becomes truculent. And now then, where were we? Oh, yes, your lady love. In spite of your rudeness, Edmund, I'll not stand in your way. Where can she be found? I'll have her delivered to the island.
I would rather take her there myself.
What? Oh, you're not suggesting that I should allow you at large in the city?
You allowed me to be free in the palace.
Oh, the way you snarled just now, I'm not sure that I trust you, Edmund. No, give me her address, and I will send her to you.
I'm afraid I'm not in a position to do that.
Oh, don't you think I will send her?
I would rather find her myself. You have nothing to fear from me, Louis.
Louis?
Yes, Louis. You are, after all, my brother. And I wouldn't wish you any harm. I swear, Louis, that if you allow this woman to come to the island and live the rest of her life with me, I'll do anything you say, anything.
Except give me the whereabouts. Oh, you don't trust me, brother mine.
Trust you?
And yet, I trusted you with the Infanta. I'm thinking that this woman must be a rare beauty. Oh, well, let me know if you change your mind, brother. In the next few days, arrangements will be made to deliver you to the island. When you become lonely and pine for this mysterious beauty, send word to me. Perhaps I may fetch her myself and deliver her to her haven of love.
Give me the mirror, Louisa.
Yes, Your Highness.
Are you satisfied with my hair?
I have never seen it look so beautiful. There must be 1,000 curls and ringlets. France will be very proud of you. And in this breathless wedding gown of heavy satin, you are like something from another world. And yet, Your Highness, today you are not so happy.
He worries me, Louisa. This King of France is such a strange man. He's almost like two men.
Two men?
Yes. When first I met him, I hated the sight of him. And then when he saved my life, when I hurried to his rooms and thanked him, he was kindness itself. There was a soft light in his eye, a soft note in his voice. And then suddenly, it was the day we were married according to the Spanish custom. He spoke to me shockingly, Louisa. Shockingly.
Oh, Your Majesty. Your Highness, you must not cry. This is your wedding day.
Oh. What did he say? He treated me as though I were the lowest of the low from one of the taverns on the Seine. Oh, he was horrible. I think it must be the wine that changes him so. I only hope that from today onwards he may change. I am willing to be a good wife to him, Louisa, to bear him sons and to make him happy, because there is good in him, so much that is good. Open the doors and tell the others to come in, Louisa. There's the train to be fastened on, the attendants to be looked at, and then, in an hour's time...
In an hour's time you face the country that will be yours. I can see it all happening before my eyes. The crowd-lined streets, the church bells, the great tables groaning with food and wine, and you with the King of France at your side. Listen, bells already. Tell Paris that this is my marriage day. Tell the others to come in. Let us make ready.
Cheering properly.
Oh, Your Majesty, never in the history of this city have I ever seen such enthusiastic crowds.
And never have I been less enthusiastic, my dear Italian.
Maria Theresa here present for thy lawful wife, according to the rite of our Holy Mother Church.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would ask you to be upstanding and toast the health of the royal couple. Long live our gracious king and our beautiful queen.
Long live our gracious king and our beautiful queen.
Let more wine be brought in, more food. This banquet will continue throughout the night.
Oh, no more wine. Please, Louis, don't drink any more wine.
And why not, my pretty? Wine makes you look more beautiful than ever, more desirable than ever.
Oh, no, Louis, no, please.
Ah, here come the acrobats. Hey, will you look at the way they tie themselves into knots?
Could you twist and turn like that, Maria? Oh, Maria, why do you shrink? I'm your husband, your protector. When your king is with you, you have nothing to fear. Nothing.
Your Majesty, the master of the royal bedchamber has snuffed the candles since it is daylight. Otherwise, all your orders have been carried out.
Well, tell them all to get out. Valets and lackeys, everybody. The night's over. The most wonderful banquet that's ever been given in this palace, Maria. And all in honor of a foreign princess who now belongs to France. And to me.
Have I your permission to retire, Your Majesty?
Yes, you have, and send out orders that there's to be no noise in the palace. The sun may be coming up, but the palace goes to bed.
Yes, Your Majesty. Good night, Your Majesty.
Good night. Good morrow, you mean? Look at the sun streaming through. Good morrow to you, Latelia.
And a good night to you, Your Majesty. May your life among these people be a very happy one.
Thank you, Monsieur Letel.
So, it's all over. The wedding, all the ceremonies, the banquet, and now you are Queen of France. What does it feel like to be Queen of France, eh? What does it feel like?
You're very drunk, Louis. I asked you not to drink.
You asked me.
My dear Maria, you're starting very soon, aren't you, to tell your husband what is to do and what is not to do?
I shall drink when I like and where I like. Do you hear? Where and when I like.
Now, don't step backwards. Don't sink into a corner. I'm not going to hit you. Come here. Let me look at you. Yes, I thought you an ugly duckling when first you arrived in Paris, but lately, and especially today, I think you'll make a handsome queen. Yes. Those rich red lips. Yes, hold up your face. Those provocative lips.
Louis, I'm going to my apartment. I don't like you when you're in your cup.
Now, just a moment.
Let me go, please. Let me go. Louis, I don't want to be the Queen of France. Please understand that. I didn't want to come here. I didn't want to be queen. I wanted only to be left alone.
Left alone with your husband, yes?
No!
Yes,
No!
Come back, Maria. Come back. Maria! Unlock that door, Maria! You wildcat! Wait till I'm out of these cups. Wait till my hands are steady and my feet are steady. I'll teach you who's master around here, you Spanish spitfire!
On the other side of the door, Maria Theresa, weeping hysterically, sank down on a couch, bewildered and frightened. How was she to know that the man that she thought she had loved on the night of the ball was a different person entirely? Make sure you hear the next interesting chapter of The Man in the Iron Mask. The Man in the Iron Mask. Suggested from the story by Alexander Dumas, written for radio by Eric Scott, and a George Edwards production. At last the ceremonious wedding draws to a close. King Louis XIV is now married to the Infanta Maria Theresa of Spain. But little do the French populace realize that there are many undercurrents behind the scenes in this elaborate wedding. For Maria Theresa, when the banquet is over, sees a complete change in the man whom she believed she was in love with. She does not realize, of course, that in their rooms she is talking with Louis and not his twin brother Edmund. So horrible is Louis that she runs from him to her own bedchamber and slams the great gilt door shut and locks it. Louis strikes his fists against the door and calls her a Spanish spitfire. A spitfire whom he will tame.
Do you hear that, you little wildcat? I'll save you, just you wait and see. Well, even now I'll break this door down. I'll prove to you that I'm master, that I'm king of all ice of Wayne. Are you going to open the door? Open the door! Well, who's that?
Oh, you, Lattelia.
Your Majesty, I heard your voice raised. What's happened?
It's that little cat in there showing her claws, spitting and biting.
Open the door, do you hear?
Your Majesty, the whole palace will hear.
Ah, she hates me. If you'd have seen the look on her face. Hates me, the King of France. The Roi Soleil, the Sun King. How dare she?
You must calm down, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, it isn't worthwhile upsetting yourself in this way. You don't care for Maria Theresa.
Of course I don't care for her. I don't care what happens to her.
Then, Your Majesty, why upset yourself? If you'll pardon my saying so, you've had just a little too much wine. Perhaps if you lie down for a while.
Oh, my head, it aches so.
Then why not rest?
Rest?
Rest? Yes, that's what I need. Rest and peace. I'm not a happy man, Letteria. With everything I have, with everything I earn, I think I'm the unhappiest man in France.
Oh, Your Majesty.
My lovely Maria up there in the country, the only thing I've ever wanted in this world, and she'll wed herself to the church. Oh, Letteria, what does one do to obtain happiness? What is this elixir of life? What is this elixir of life?
Sleep, Your Majesty. Perhaps in your sober moments you'll deal with the Spanish wildcat.
Come in. Oh, Louisa. Louisa.
Your Highness. Or should I say Your Majesty now?
Oh, Louisa, I am so glad to see you.
You rang. I was amazed. I thought not to hear from you all day.
Louisa, he's there. In the other room.
The king?
Yes, and he's horrible and leering. Just like he was when once before you saw him in his cups. Oh, Louisa, I'm so frightened. Stay with me, Louisa.
But, Your Majesty, if he should come in, if he should order me away...
I'd locked the door. He tried to force it from the other side. He threatened to smash it through. I thought perhaps if he saw you here... Oh, Louisa, what am I to do? So far away from home, from my father, from all the people who love me. And now I am shut up with this hateful man.
But I do not understand. You said you loved him, Your Majesty.
I know. Something is happening to me, Louisa. Perhaps I'm going crazy. But there was one day, one bright, beautiful day, when I really thought I loved Louis. But somehow the man who belonged to that day is gone once again. The man is lost, and only the beast remains. Oh, Louisa, pray for me. Mine is to be a terrible existence from this day forward.
His Eminence, my Lord Cardinal Mazarin.
Good afternoon to you, Your Majesty.
Well, Cardinal, what do you want?
On such a happy occasion as this, the first week of your marriage, I wouldn't normally dare to disturb Your Majesty. But certain important matters of state have arisen. The bill to increase the taxes on the peasants, it needs your signature.
Well, where is it? Let me sign it and then leave me alone.
Your Majesty seems a little unwell today.
Unwell? That's good. Unwell, huh?
If you would give the royal assent here... Oh, but first, perhaps I should read the contents of the bill.
No. I leave everything to you. There.
Thank you, Your Majesty. The Queen, I trust she is well.
I haven't seen the Queen.
You haven't seen her?
No.
But you married her 2 days ago. Is Her Majesty indisposed?
I don't know and I don't care. And don't ask me any more questions, just let me alone.
Once again, I apologize for intruding upon such a happy occasion. I beg leave to withdraw, Your Majesty.
Letteria!
Your Majesty?
Come here.
Yes, Your Majesty.
I can't stand it any longer. 2 days married, and Miss Virago keeps herself locked in her room. Not that I care, not that matters to me, but I feel a fury at life itself, that one person can be allowed to so fragrant in her behavior.
She is the Queen, Your Majesty.
Yes, I know she is, but this is what I want to tell you, Letteria. I am going away.
Going away?
Yes. There's nothing to keep me here. The Cardinal just apologized for having encroached upon my nuptial week, so he'll not bother me any further. I'm going back to the country.
You mean to the Cardinal's niece?
Yes. I've been thinking of her all this day. As soon as he enters the church, she'll be lost to me forever. I may never see her again. And yet I feel that I must die if I don't catch one more glimpse of her lovely face. I must go, Letteria. Go and tell my brother.
You want him to take your place as usual?
Yes, it'll be a simple matter this time. All he has to do is to keep to the private bedchamber and sitting hall. Everybody will believe that I wish to remain undisturbed because this is my nuptial week.
But what of the Queen? Her rooms, too, belong to this suite, and...
Oh, the Queen. I don't think the Queen will bother him. That door has remained bolted ever since the wedding night. Indeed, he'd need to be a man of miracles to come face to face with the Queen while I am away. Now, look, make arrangements, Ledelio. I want to leave at midday.
Yes, Papa?
Oh, there you are. Marguerite, you never forget, do you?
No, Papa. One night he will come. He will turn his horse at the bend in the road, and he will see the lamp in the window.
A bright lamp, an outward token of the brightness that burns inside you.
When I was young, I used to dream of true love. I used to lie in your meadows and look up at the sky. I used to watch those fleecy clouds racing by, and I would dream of a Prince Charming who would one day lie beside me, looking up at that same sky. Ah, how right I was when I believed that dream would come true. But how wrong I was when I thought that we would live happily ever after.
Why, Marguerite, this is the first time you begin to lose faith.
I know, Papa. But sometimes there is a great fear here inside me. You see, Edmund is a prisoner. He is in the dungeons at the Bastille. I know the Bastille. I know how easy it is for people to go down in those dungeons and to never come up again. A living death. Oh, Papa, what has Edmund done that he should be treated in this way?
Edmund Marchioly is a highly respected man. I don't know why he's there, Marguerite, but I truly believe that he's either being wrongfully accused or he's taking the blame on somebody else's behalf.
That would be like Edmund. Self-sacrificing, ready to help others.
And yet, with a will of iron, if he promised he would come to you, he will, Margaret. You don't burn your lamp in vain. Perhaps he might come even tonight.
Tonight? Oh, don't, Father, don't quicken my pulses. Don't make my heart race. For it does at the very thought of it. And with the rising of the sun, the disappointment if he didn't come would be more than I could bear.
Good day to you, Monsieur Marchioly. I have good news for you. You're to lead a life of luxury once again.
What do you mean?
The king is planning another visit to the country. You're to take his place in his private suite.
In his private suite? But what of the Queen?
The Queen will not bother you. She is not on good terms with the king, and she keeps to her rooms, and the door is locked between them. Pull your cowl over your face and come with me now.
Just a moment.
Yes?
The king made a bargain with me. He promised to send me to an island. He also promised that I might bring across to that island a certain young lady whom I wish to marry. He has not made good his promise, Letellier.
That is between you and the king.
Maybe so. But because he has broken that promise, there is no need for me to carry out my part of the bargain. I shall not take his place today or any other day.
What?
I think you heard what I said.
Marchioly, do you know what this means?
Yes, it means death. But I think I would be better dead, Letellier, since I cannot be with the one I love most in this world.
But that can be arranged.
No, not on the terms the king wants. Go back to him. Tell him I refuse to go on with this masquerade. And tell him this. I am waiting for his execution.
Here is defiance and a despondency that can only be understood because of Edmund's great love for his Marguerite. Perhaps there is fear, too. Fear that Louis may discover the whereabouts of this Marguerite, for Louis was curious. Will Edmund Marchioly go to his death? Make sure you hear the next exciting chapter of The Man in the Iron Mask.
The Man in the Iron Mask.
On their wedding night, Louis and Maria Theresa quarrel violently, and Maria locks herself in her apartment, bewildered and frightened, unable to understand this man whom she seems to love and hate. Meanwhile, Louis, on a sudden impulse, tells Letellier he will steal off to the country, there to see his beloved, the Cardinal's niece. But when Letellier goes to the dungeon to acquaint Edmund of this fact, so that he will take Louis's place, Edmund refuses point blank. He informs Letellier that he is aware of the fact that a refusal means certain death, but he feels he would rather die.
Go back to His Majesty, Letellier. Give him my message.
You're not keeping to your bargain?
It is the king who does not keep his promises.
But, Marchioly, you'll die for this.
Oh, very well. You're being very foolish.
Order. Order, lock this cell.
Yes, monsieur.
My death warrant. It'll be a happy release. For the king must never know where you are, Margaret. That would place you in more danger than was ever dreamed. Goodbye, Marguerite. This, I fear, will be the end.
Why, Your Majesty, this is an unexpected honor.
What is this nonsense I hear?
No nonsense, I can assure you. Have you come to witness the execution?
Edmund, you talk wildly. There'll be no execution. I want your help. I've got to get away from this place. Don't you understand? I've got to get away. If I just disappear, the Cardinal will want to know where I am. He may guess, and then there'll be unheard of trouble.
Then you must seek your own way out, my dear brother. I'll not help you again because you can't keep to your bargain.
But what bargain did I make? You won't go to the island, I promise that. And you will not wear the heavy mask.
I wanted to be free to marry a certain young woman and take her to the island.
I didn't refuse this request.
No, you didn't refuse it. But you wouldn't allow me to take the lady there myself. You wanted to know where she lived so that you could...
I think I understand. You don't trust me, brother.
With women, no.
Oh, what rot, what nonsense. I'm in love, my dear Edmund. I'm deeply, madly, passionately in love with the niece of our Cardinal. Nobody else lives or breathes but her.
All the same, I do not trust you. I'm sorry, Louis, but because you would not keep to your bargain, I now break mine.
You're putting yourself in grave danger. Do you realize that, don't you?
I do.
And you're not afraid of death?
No?
Not even a slow, lingering death?
No. It's no use, Louis. You can't frighten me. I will not attempt this masquerade again. It's not fair to your subjects, and it's not fair to the Queen.
The Queen? Why, of course. It's the Queen you think of. You're frightened. Oh, my dear Edmund, I've not seen the Queen since our wedding night. There was a quarrel, a frightful quarrel. She locked herself in her apartment next to mine and has not been seen or heard of since. Now then, does that make you feel easier in mind?
No.
Oh. So you don't trust me, brother mine. Very well, Edmund. My love makes me desperate. For the first time in my life, I agree to somebody else's terms. When I come back from my trip to the country, you may go free for 3 days. Free? Free to find your lady love. Marry her and take her off to this island. Once there, however, you will both be under military guard. Is that agreeable?
Free? Free to go to her. A few moments ago I was preparing for my death. Yes, Louis, I agree. I shall take your place. But I hope sincerely for the last time.
My greatcoat, Letellier.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Now, remember this, Brother Edmund. In the mornings, you do not arise till 11. Usually there is a labour. The whole court comes to the bedchamber to help me rise, to pray and to dress me. But as this is my nuptial week, we are not to be disturbed.
I understand.
And now my scarves, Letellier.
At your elbow, Your Majesty.
I understand it's cold out, very cold. Oh, there'll be a frost tonight. Letellier, have you ordered the coach?
Yes, Your Majesty.
At the side entrance?
Yes, Your Majesty. And the fastest horses and the change of horses at the little village 20 miles away.
Oh, good, good. Now, where were we? Oh, yes, Edmund. You will inform the Chamberlain and any others that you do not wish to be disturbed either today or tomorrow or the next day. You will write letters. You'll have your meals served here.
That will be quite simple. But that door, Your Majesty.
Door?
The door to the Queen's suite. It is locked.
Oh, most assuredly it's locked. Look, I'll show you, Edmund. You see, it's been like this these last 2 days. Our shy and frightened and shrinking Queen may be planning to wall herself up for the rest of her life. Well, I hope she does. It would be so convenient. Now then, Letellier, I think we have everything.
Your cowl, Your Majesty.
Oh, yes, yes. Nobody must see my face now that we sneak out. Well, Edmund, this is goodbye. We'll not see each other for 4 days and 4 nights.
And there's nothing else of importance? I want to know all these things now, because I'll not have Monsieur Letellier to help me. He's going with you.
Oh, there's nothing to fear. You're the king. Everybody must obey you. All you have to do is to keep the people away and say as little as possible. Well, this is goodbye. Do your work well.
You can rely on me. But remember, when you come back, I go free for 3 days. That was the bargain.
Letellier is here as a witness. Goodbye, brother.
Meanwhile, in her palace half a mile away, Louis's mother, Anne of Austria, was in a troubled mood. Certain rumors had come to her concerning the bridal pair, and she was disturbed. Finally, in an impulsive way, she made a quick decision. Ordering a coach, she left her abode, unattended, and rode to the king's palace, there to hurry up the great marble stairs along the wide hallways to the suites of the king and the new queen. But she did not pause before Louis's door, nor did she realize that inside was not Louis, but her other son, Edmund, whom she believed to be in the Bastille. Instead, she knocked lightly on the door next to that of Louis, and she had to knock a second time before eventually it was opened just a little, and a tiny white face looked through with frightened eyes.
Yes? Oh, it is Your Majesty.
Yes, Louisa. I would like to talk with your queen.
Oh, Your Majesty, I am not quite sure.
Who is it, Louisa?
It is Her Majesty the Queen Mother.
Oh, ask her to come in. Good evening, Your Majesty. This is an unexpected pleasure. Good evening, Maria. Yes, I suppose it is unexpected. But under the circumstances, I felt that I had to talk with you. Could we be left alone? Yes, of course. You may go, Louisa.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Won't you sit down? No. I want to stand where I am just for a moment. Stand here and look at you. You are now a queen. You have arrived at a time in your life which was once mine, when I came to this country from Austria, when I married Louis's father. It was a happy marriage. Happy. Come. We will both sit down together, here, on this chaise longue. Maria, I've heard rumors. You and Louis. There was a violent quarrel on your nuptial night. Yes? How did you know? Your voices were raised, the noise was heard outside, and news travels quickly. Maria, is it true that you've not seen each other since? We have not. Oh, my dear. Then my visit is not in vain. Far be it from me to interfere between you and Louis, and I know Louis would be furious. But I feel that because I was as you are, that I can advise you and tell you what to do for the best. I don't understand. Mine was a marriage of state, too.
when I came to this country and met my husband for the first time, I disliked him intensely. Soon after we were married, we had a terrible quarrel. It was a quarrel to last for many, many years, Maria, and one which nearly wrecked our lives. Please, Maria, remember this. You and Louis are man and wife, to live together for the rest of your lives. You have made a solemn sacrifice for your country, but make the best of it, please.
How can I? I fear him.
And I feared my husband. That is why we quarreled. There was more bitterness in my life than has been the lot of any other woman, and all because of bad feeling. You must go to him, Maria. You must make the best of it for your own sake.
Oh, Your Majesty, you really think I should? Even though...
You do not love him? Oh, love may come. There is some good in Louis.
Yes, Your Majesty, that I do believe. For I've seen good.
Then why not make up your mind? Go to him tonight. Go through that door and tell him that you are his wife and that you will do your best to make him happy. Appeal to his reason, Maria, and you'll find him so easy to handle. And perhaps he may be a good husband to you after all. Will you do this, Maria?
So you have had the same experience?
Yes. Please, Maria, it is the beginning that is so important.
The beginning? Yes, you are right, Your Majesty. And there is some good in Louis. I have seen it. Yes, I will go to Louis tonight.
The Man in the Iron Mask.
After the quarrel which has flared up between Maria Theresa and Louis on their betrothal night, Maria locks herself in her rooms. Louis, still pining after the Cardinal's niece, decides that he will once again visit her, perhaps for the last time, since soon she is to enter the church. So he persuades his brother Edmund to take his place, telling him to keep to his rooms while he is away. He has a good excuse, since this is the nuptial week and matters of state have been deferred. Edmund asks about Maria, the wife, but Louis tells him of the quarrel and points to the doors between the two apartments, which Maria has locked from the other side. So Louis and his confidant Letellier go off into the country, leaving Edmund in the apartment. Edmund, who would be most perturbed if he could hear the conversation which is progressing in the Queen's suite. For Louis's mother, the former Queen, has gone to Maria to advise her. She has heard of the rift.
Yes, my dear. We are of a pattern, you and I. Both have been marriages of state.
I did my duty to Spain.
And I did my duty to Austria. In such marriages there is no love. But sometimes, if you do what you can to further understanding, love comes.
I don't think it will ever come to me.
I think otherwise. On the day of the Spanish wedding in the chapel, I watched you both closely. You seemed so happy, radiant, like a bride at a wedding of her own choosing. It made me happy, too, for I felt then that you and Louis would really be a perfect match. Then word came to me that on the nuptial night of the public wedding...
Oh, Your Majesty, he was horrible, horrible. His eyes were bloodshot with wine. His speech was thick, and when the door was closed, when we were left alone together, he yelled at me, he shouted, He was more like animal than man. Oh, forgive me, Your Majesty, for saying this.
I know. I have seen my son in his cups. I know him only too well. But if you can be patient with him, be understanding, I think he will forget about his drinking.
You do, truly?
Yes, my child. So tonight, when he is alone in his apartment, go through that door. Go to him, talk with him quietly. Make him understand that you want to be a wife to him. A real wife, not a political convenience which binds two countries together. You're both young, intelligent. Between you, you could make this reign in France the greatest in the whole of history.
Oh, Your Majesty, I am glad you came to me. I have been so bewildered, not knowing what to do. For one crazy moment, I thought I might run away.
Back to Spain?
Yes. And then I realized what that could mean. Perhaps war between the two countries. The loss of hundreds of lives. Maybe subjection for my own country. But now that you have talked with me, perhaps if I went to him now...
No. Wait until late tonight, when he has no one with him. My son's life in the daytime is a series of constant interruptions. Envoys, ambassadors, ministers. His life is not a private one in daylight. But at night, late at night...
What if he is in his cup?
There is no banquet tonight.
You are right when you say that I was happy when we were married in the chapel. I really loved your son then, for I could see nothing but good in him. It seemed to be later that he changed.
Then look for that good tonight. And now I must go. Keep my visit confidential. Goodbye, my daughter.
Oh, this weary, weary journey, I tell you. Dust and more dust and yet more dust. It gets in your eyes and your throat, seeps through your clothes.
And yet the windows are shut, Your Majesty.
I know. And still it seeps through. How much longer before we reach the place?
Only another hour, Your Majesty.
Then I shall see my lovely one. Perhaps for the last time. You know, Latelia, even at this last moment, I feel that there might be hope for us.
There is no hope, Your Majesty. You are married to the Infanta.
And yet the Cardinal's niece loves me, and I love her.
Perhaps if you were thinking of an alliance of that kind, it would be wise to forget it, Your Majesty. In the first place, knowing the Cardinal's niece, she is a good and devoutly religious woman. She would not countenance it. And as for the Cardinal... Why, Your Majesty, his fury might wreck your kingdom.
Yes, if it weren't for the Cardinal, I might be married to her. In his heart of hearts, he must hate me, our Cardinal Mazarin.
Oh, hardly, Your Majesty. He has steered France for you and for your father through many dangerous times.
Yes, I know he's the brains of France. One may as well face facts. If it weren't for that, I would openly defy him. I would have my way. Oh, the crafty little devil. Perhaps in his mind he wanted this alliance with Spain a long, long time ago, even before he mentioned it to me. Perhaps he spirited his niece away so that nothing would prevent his political plans.
Perhaps. And after all, Your Majesty, you have the safety of France to consider. For the safety of France is the safety of your throne.
True, Lieutenant. Oh, see. Lights ahead. Oh, those must be from that tavern at the crossroads. We'll stop for a while, I tell you. I feel weary tonight. We'll stop there and wash some of the dust from our throats. Give the orders to the coachman.
Come in.
Your Majesty, may we be permitted to prepare you for your bed?
I'm already prepared, as you can see.
Why, Your Majesty, you've had no assistance.
Assistance? Is it such an arduous task?
To change from doublet and hose into night attire?
But, Your Majesty, unaided, unassisted...
You can tell the others that I want no more assistance tonight.
Yes, Your Majesty. Tomorrow morning, shall we call you at 11 or later?
I think I'll be up and about before 11, but you may call me.
Thank you, Your Majesty. May I wish Your most gracious Majesty a long and peaceful night of sleep?
Thank you. Good night.
Good night, Your Majesty.
All day long they come. Ones and twos and fours and sixes. To dress him, to feed him, to flatter him. What a life for my brother Louis. Midnight. Oh, it's a glorious night through these windows. Perhaps if I snuff the candles first, and then look out and find our star. Oh, if only we were together, my Marguerite and I. Where is she now, I wonder? What is she doing? Does she remember about the star? Yeah, it's the last of the candles. Now, where is it? Oh, yes. The brightest star in all the heavens. You look down on me. You look down on her. The loveliest creature in this world. What does she say to you? What message for me?
I'm waiting for you, Edmund. I shall wait for you always.
Oh, darling, I can almost hear your voice. That lovely voice. And your face, I can see it in the mist in the heavens. I love you, Marguerite. And one day we shall be together. The king has promised.
I love you, Edmund. And I'm waiting.
It won't be long before the king is back. But then I shall come for you, Marguerite. I shall take you to this island, where we shall live together for the rest of our lives. Good night, my sweet darling. How can't I conjure up your voice again? In the gentle breeze out there, in the scent of the roses and the whisper of a fountain far down the garden. Good night, sweet darling.
Good night, my heart.
I'm happy now. I can lie on my bed and sleep in peace. As the chamberlain said, a long and peaceful night.
Louis?
What?
Louis?
Who is that?
Don't be alarmed. It is I, Maria.
Maria? Maria Teresa?
Yes, Louis. I have come to ask you to forget our terrible quarrel.
Here is the most awkward predicament in which Edmund has yet been placed. His romantic dreams of Marguerite have been rudely interrupted as he strains his eyes in the semi-darkness and sees in silhouette the softly rounded figure of Maria Teresa, who believes him to be her husband. Make sure you hear the next enthralling chapter of The Man in the Iron Mask.
The Man in the Iron Mask. King Louis, after his marriage with the Infanta of Spain, feels that he must once again go into the country to see the Cardinal's niece, with whom he is deeply in love. The Queen's suite adjoins that of the King, and she has quarrelled violently with Louis. But Louis's mother goes to her and reasons with her, pointing out to her her wifely duties and duties as Queen of France. So later that night, when Edmund, masquerading as the King, has retired, he hears a soft step, and there before his startled eyes stands the Queen.
I hope I haven't disturbed you, Louis.
Disturbed me?
I waited until the attendants had retired. You see, I wanted to speak with you alone, to try to make you understand that I will do everything in my power now to make us both happy.
But I don't want to be married happy.
Oh, Louis, don't joke about this, please. We have been married according to the Spanish custom and according to the French one. You are the King of France and I am the Queen. We have our duty to France and to ourselves. Perhaps it is because I come from Spain, because I have had a cloistered upbringing, that I am not broad-minded enough to condone your actions when you drink and when you joke in your strange way.
But Maria, we quarreled. You should not have come through that door.
Oh, perhaps not when I didn't have your permission, but I have a confession to make. Your mother came to me and pointed out to me my faults. I realize now that I am your wife, and that whatever you do should be right in my eyes. Oh, Louis, do let us try and understand each other.
Oh, but
No, don't rise from your bed. I know I have disturbed you, but I wanted you to understand. Louis, where are you going?
It's dark, and I can't find my robe. We must have candles, light. I must ring for the attendant.
But why? Why? I came to you late at night because it is only then that we can talk alone.
But I don't want to talk.
You're still very angry with me. If you could only understand that I am not used to seeing a man in his cups. On our wedding night, when you reeled into this apartment, your eyes bloodshot, I was frightened of you. But after talking with your mother, I've made up my mind that we will get used to one another. Will you forgive me?
No, don't come near me. No, don't. I think I'll take a walk in the garden.
In the garden at this time of night? Louis, come back. Louis. He's gone. What strange he is. At times he is cruel, overbearing. And yet tonight, it is almost as though he were frightened of me. Who could be frightened at Maria Theresa? If he only knew the fear I have of him at times.
Somebody's going to pay for this, Letellier. A broken axle. What kind of carriage is it they built for the King of France?
It could happen to anybody, Your Majesty. The roads in these parts are not in the best of condition.
Roads unparalleled with the horses. That absurd horse that we changed the last inn. Was it just dying of starvation, or had it come in from a long journey only to continue with us?
I gave orders for fresh horses, Your Majesty, and horses have been known to collapse, even good ones.
Oh, we've been hours on the road, hours. And now I can't imagine what I shall do when we reach the house. My little Maria will be asleep in her bed. I will not be able to send her the usual message because it's so late. And that means that our evening, which should have been spent together, will be wasted. Oh, because of the confounded carriage and worn-out horse.
Don't upset yourself, Your Majesty. Perhaps there is a solution to that.
You're not suggesting that we rap on the front door, wake her chaperone, and tell her that the King of France wants to speak with the Cardinal's niece? And the news would fly back to the Cardinal within a day.
No, Your Majesty, but in the meetings you have had with the lady, you may have observed that after she has left you, she has gone to her own apartments, which are on the ground floor of the house, on the orchard side.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps, Your Majesty, if I could steal across the orchard and tap on the windows, telling her that you were here, you may yet see her tonight.
Why, well, I tell you, you're a wizard, a magician. Of course.
Now, what would I do without you?
Oh, my brains are so addled with these niggardly affairs of state that I can't think for myself. It's a splendid idea, let's tell you. Only tell that fool coachman to whip the horses up. Are we running behind a hearse?
Eventually, the king arrived at the little village on the outskirts of which nestled a house where the cardinal had sent his niece. On the top of the hill looking down on this village was the nunnery, for which his niece was destined. And even as the king and Letellier stepped out of their carriage, the moon rose from behind this nunnery, lighting it in a pale yellow mist, as though to point out to the king that it was here that Maria, the cardinal's niece, belonged, and that this was to be her future home. But the king was unmindful of such omens as he walked impatiently up and down under a great elm tree, waiting for Letellier to return from his mission. Finally, a rustle of leaves in the distance told him that someone was approaching, and as he ran eagerly forward across the little bridge, hoping to see his beloved once again, he stopped short, for here was Letellier alone.
Oh, Letellier, where is she? Where's Maria?
Your Majesty, I'm afraid I have not brought her with me.
Oh, don't waste time telling me of the obvious. Is she taking time with her dressing, perhaps? You've been away half an hour.
No, Your Majesty.
Well, weren't you able to speak with her? Were you wrong in your surmise? Were they not her rooms?
I did speak with her, Your Majesty, but I fear that she has no wish to see you.
What?
No wish to see you.
But I don't understand. I'd come all the way from Paris, and Maria is desolate without me. What's the meaning of this, Letellier? Quickly tell me.
It seems, Your Majesty, that Maria has definitely made up her mind that you and she must not meet again. Within a week she enters the nunnery. She feels it would be wrong to prolong the pain of another separation.
Oh. So that was the reason. Oh, my lovely little Maria. I should have gone myself, Letellier. I would have talked away her fears. Oh, why has she this determination to throw her life away?
She is a good woman, Your Majesty. She has a mission in life.
I'll go to her now. I'll make her understand that these precious minutes mean so much.
Your Majesty, don't go.
Well, why not, Letellier?
Somebody heard me. The house is astir. You'd be taking too great a risk.
Astir? Oh, then you were disturbed?
Yes, Your Majesty. I had to hurry away.
Oh. But she knows I'm here in the village. Perhaps tomorrow, Letellier. I'll dispatch a note to her tomorrow. Come, let us go to our accommodation in the village.
Yes, Your Majesty. Oh, if only you knew. She never wants to see you again. But that I dared not tell you.
Meanwhile, in the palace of the king in Paris, the apartments were still in darkness, but the brightness of the moon shining through the French windows revealed a waiting figure, reclining on a chaise-longue. This was Maria, waiting for the man whom she believed to be the king to return from his walk in the garden. Her long talk with the Queen Mother had made her determined that this quarrel, this estrangement, must be patched up for the good of everybody concerned. But it was not until an hour later that she saw a dark figure stepping warily across the terrace towards the apartments once again. She lay perfectly still until he had crept up to the French windows, peered inside, and then stepped in, quickly locking them behind him. Even when he crossed the bedchamber and lighted a candle, she made no move. And it was not until he turned. Oh!
I'm still here, Louis. Still waiting for you.
Maria, this is impossible. I've been gone an hour, and yet you're still
I would
here.
have waited the whole of the night. Oh, Louis, please don't treat me as though I were a stranger. You think I hate you, don't you? Because I told you I did. But don't you understand you were drunk then? Tipsy with wine, saying foolish things. As you are now, Louis, I know I could grow to love you very deeply. Sometimes I feel that you are as two men.
Two men?
Yes. One whom I love and one whom I abhor. It's strange, but tonight, standing there as you are with that soft look in your eye, that strangely soft note in your voice, which is so different to the affectation which you assume in public, I feel I am very much in love with you all over again.
You mustn't talk like this, Maria. It's madness. Madness.
Oh, perhaps it is. Perhaps I am a woman who has two minds. A woman who can't understand herself, Louis. But tonight I feel that we should patch up our differences. And perhaps find that we have a true understanding each of the other.
Go back to your apartment.
Go back to my apartment?
I don't want to see you again.
Oh, Louis. Have I offended you so deeply?
You must go through this door. This is not the right time to talk of such matters. You must wait, Maria.
Wait?
Yes.
Then when can we talk? We can't go on as we are. I walled up in my apartment and you in yours.
We can talk in 4 days' time.
4 days? Oh, not Louis. In 4 days it will be gone. Oh, Louis.
Stand back. Don't come near me.
Louis, can't you understand what I'm trying to tell you? I have discovered something here in my heart. No matter what I said on our wedding night, I love you, Louis. I love you.
Oh, this is impossible. Impossible. No, don't. Maria, I realize that I've got to tell you the truth.
The truth?
Yes. But you must promise that you won't scream. You won't call for help. Please promise that.
Louis, these are rash words.
You won't scream, will you? You won't rush from this room in fright and call for help.
What are you trying to tell me?
Maria, I am not your husband.
What?
I am not the King of France.
Maria Theresa's eyes widened in incredulous amazement. She stood back quickly and stared in alarm as Edmund uttered these extraordinary words. Will she raise the household now that the secret is out? Make sure you hear the next exciting chapter of The Man in the Iron Mask. The Man in the Iron Mask. Suggested by a story by Alexander Dumas and written for radio by Eric Scott. A George Edwards production. When Edmund Marchioly once again takes the place of the king at the palace, Maria Theresa, the Queen, comes late at night, just after Edmund has retired. Edmund is so alarmed when the Queen refuses to go that at last he is forced to tell her that he is not her husband, that he is not King Louis of France. Maria Theresa stares at him in incredulous amazement.
You are not Louis?
No. And please, Your Majesty, don't scream. Don't bring everybody here. It has been a secret, and it must be kept a secret. Why do you laugh?
Why, what a sense of humor you have, Louis. What a strange sense of humor.
You don't believe me?
Oh, Louis, why do you say these things?
Listen, you must believe me. It's the truth.
I can only believe the evidence of my own eyes. Who else can you be but Louis?
Louis' twin brother.
Twin brother? A twin?
Yes.
It isn't possible. It couldn't be possible. Louis never had a twin brother.
So the world was led to believe. But he did. I am that brother.
Oh, no. No.
And now you look alarmed. Please don't raise your voice. Let me tell you everything about me, and then you can judge. Oh, Your Majesty, I couldn't go on allowing you to believe that I...
You must excuse me, monsieur, while I retire.
But, Your Majesty,
I couldn't possibly talk to you dressed as I am. Perhaps later when I have time to think. You are not Louis. Oh, dear heaven, what have I said? You should have told me.
In telling you, Your Majesty, I condemn myself to death.
What?
If you tell the king.
But to whom am I married?
You are married to my brother.
Oh.
But you were almost married to me that day in the chapel. Remember?
Oh, son, you have confused me so that I still can hardly believe it. And yet, that night of the ball when Louis was attacked, the attempt at assassination, was it you?
Yes.
Oh.
Please don't be angry with me, Your Majesty. I was forced to do what I did.
You must give me time to think.
In thinking, remember that in a way I am related to you. After all, you're married to my brother. So be kind. Keep my secret. And remember, I was forced to divulge it so that I might spare your feelings in the matter.
So, at last you've consented to see me.
Louis, why did you come again?
Oh, I was miserable in Paris, longing for you, wondering where you are, what you were doing, and feeling so utterly miserable because I happened to be the king, and yet I couldn't do what I wanted. Maria, won't you reconsider your decision about the church? Even now it might not be too late. This stupid Infanta, we could arrange something, a divorce perhaps, and then...
You know that my uncle would never allow it. He has made up his mind about me, and I must do as he says.
And have you no mind of your own?
A mind of my own? Yes, Louis. Naturally, I gave the man tremendous thought.
Then if you love me...
Louis, I do love you. I have never denied that. But also, I know you.
You know me?
Yes. You're a strange person. A man of many moods, many whims and fancies.
Fancies?
Naturally, since you and I have been together, Louis, I have always been interested to hear people talk about you. And I know that there have been many women in your life. That there will be many more.
You do me an injustice.
No, I speak the truth. Perhaps that's one of the reasons why I came to this decision. The church is the only place for me. It's the only place where I'll be safe from you.
You talk as though you hated me.
No. But I know that you will break my heart, Louis. You are notorious for your fickleness. There was one woman I heard of, a dancer, who vowed eternal love for her. I think she committed suicide. Then there was another, an opera singer.
You seem to have made very extensive inquiries.
Yes, Louis. But I love you nonetheless. I know in my heart of hearts that it's better this way. A nunnery in service to my vocation in life. I'll be happier. And I'll be doing some good in this world.
And this was to have been such a happy future.
You will find your happiness sooner or later, Louis. You're one of those people who forget easily. You may be wounded now, deeply hurt. But in a week, you'll be yourself again. In a fortnight, this little incident between us will be forgotten. Goodbye, Louis. Let us have no bitterness, no frowns. It was all very lovely while it lasted.
Come in.
Good morning, Monsieur.
Oh, Your Majesty. Marchioly is my name. Edmund Marchioly.
Edmund Marchioly? Then how can you be the brother of the king?
As I told you, it was a secret. Wait till I close the door. Sit down. I hope you had a restful night.
No, it was very restless. I have been recalling the details of last night in my mind. I feel very embarrassed, Mr. Marchioly. I offer you an apology.
Oh, but you must not do that. How were you to know I'm my brother's twin?
Yes. Looking at you in the light of morning, you are just like him, and yet, looking closer, unlike him.
Unlike him? You're the first one who's ever said so.
When a woman... Oh, never mind.
What were you going to say?
Nothing except... Well, I have come to reassure you. To tell you that I will not repeat what you asked me not to repeat.
Thank you.
I realize that you were anxious to protect me from embarrassment. Also, I know how cruel Louis can be. You say you would lose your life?
Yes, Your Majesty. The king would never forgive me for telling you. And when he comes back, well, I'm to be dispatched to an island, there to finish my days.
An island?
Yes. I shall remain there under close guard. Oh, because it's like this.
But I don't understand. If you were born into this world twins, why haven't you the same rights as your brother?
That is the story I'd like to tell you now, Your Majesty. Before we were born, astrologers prophesied that twins would be born to the throne, and that these twins would rise one against the other and bring disaster.
Yes.
Our father was most perturbed because the whole of France knew of this prophecy. So, when the twins were born, he decided that it should be known that only one baby had been brought into the world. He was anxious to refute the statements of the astrologers because he believed that it would damage France.
And so it would.
And so I was given into the care of a certain Monsieur Saint-Mars. And it was only by accident that the king discovered that his counterpart was still living.
And so, for your crime of being born like your brother, you must remain a prisoner for the rest of your life?
Yes.
Oh, poor Mr. Marchioly, I feel so sorry for you. If only I could help you.
Thank you, but nobody can help me. But it may please you to know that I will be happy.
Happy? A prisoner?
When the king returns, I shall be allowed to find a woman I'm to marry. I've been given permission to take her to the island.
Oh. Oh, now I understand. Oh, you're right, monsieur. You'll be happy if you love her, really love her. Then the fact that the two of you are together is more important than anything else. Well, monsieur, thank you for telling me your secret. I promise that it will not be repeated, neither to the king nor to anyone else.
Your Majesty, I'm sorry that the Cardinal's niece did not receive you favorably. I am at a loss to understand it.
And so am I, Lieutenant. Do you realize that I was vain enough to think that she loved me? And yet fate is so often unkind. I, who could have almost any woman on this earth, and the one I choose is the unobtainable.
But what did she say, Your Majesty, to make you so bitter?
She held a mirror up to my soul, so that I could see myself as others see me. Have you ever thought of such a thing, Ratellia? To see yourself as others see you? It wasn't a pleasant spectacle.
Oh, Your Majesty, you are adored and worshipped throughout the length and breadth of France.
And yet I would want none of it, providing that I could have Maria's devotion. Oh, well, if I can't have that, from now on it'll be a different story.
What do you mean, Your Majesty?
Maria accused me of fickleness, infidelity, waywardness, all the sins you can name. So, to justify her opinion about me, I shall be all the things she named.
Your Majesty.
I shall be fickle. I shall pursue woman after woman. And I shall begin with one who can't run away.
I don't understand.
A self-righteous queen.
Queen?
Since she has put herself into French clothes, she is a comely woman. She's attracted my eye, but not my heart. My heart was always with little Maria. But now? Well, in this life of ruthlessness, which shall be mine from now on, I shall begin by taming Maria Theresa. She shall see all the wickedness which has been credited to me from the lips of the Cardinal King.
Maria Theresa little realizes what is in store for her as the king makes his way to his carriage back to Paris. But she has it now clearly defined in her mind where her emotions lie, for she realizes that it was Edmund Marchioly to whom she was attracted and not the king. And what will happen when the king returns? Make sure you hear the next interesting chapter of The Man in the Iron Mask.
The Man in the Iron Mask. King Louis informs Letellier that he will now live up to the bad opinion which the Cardinal's niece holds for him. And he names the Queen, Maria Theresa, as his first target.
Yes, Letellier. If one has a reputation for evil, one may as well practice it and enjoy it. The Queen will be number one on my list. I'll tame that little Spanish wildcat.
Your Majesty, you sound so bitter. Don't be bitter, because it will take all the sweetness from your life.
Women are all the same. They belong to a different race entirely, Letellier. I've realized that now. Even Maria, my lovely little Maria up in the country, she thinks as all other women do. She could never love deeply, faithfully for the rest of her life. Women are incapable of any permanent devotion.
And men? Forgive my pointing it out, Your Majesty, but there have been many women in your life.
Yes, Letellier, many women, but only one love. Oh, if only I could have married my beloved, how happy I would have been as King of France. With my beloved by my side, I would have forgotten all my past life. My peccadillos, drinking, and gambling would be forgotten, dismissed from my mind. But now... Now it's a different matter entirely. The Queen has locked the door on me. She had the effrontery to strike me across the face. But perhaps this hand can strike too, Letellier. It'll be amusing to find out how our shy and retiring Spanish infanta reacts when she finds that her lord and master is master in more senses than one.
Shall I brush your hair now, Your Majesty?
Thank you, Louise.
Such beautiful hair, and so long and glossy. Does the king admire your hair?
I'm not sure that the king admires me at all.
But, Your Majesty, you gave me to understand that last night you would put matters right with His Majesty. I noticed that the gilt door between the apartments is open this afternoon.
Yes, Louisa, we had a talk. I think we understand each other now. Also, I understand myself.
Then you are really in love with him?
I am in love with someone. That is a tragedy.
Tragedy? You call it a tragedy, Your Majesty, to be in love with your own husband?
Oh, Louisa, there are so many things you don't understand. But I will say this. I am happy today. I'll be happy tomorrow and the next day. But after that...
Yes, Your Majesty.
Let's not talk of it.
You speak so strangely this afternoon.
Well, perhaps I do. But please hurry with my hair. I promised to drink a glass of wine with His Majesty in his apartment, and I must not keep him waiting. Thank you, Edmund.
Which means we can speak freely. Not as man and wife, but as one good friend to another.
I feel I have made a friend of you, Edmund. If only your brother had the understanding which is yours.
You flatter me, Maria.
Oh, I don't intend to flatter you. You know, Louis, you know his shortcomings perhaps better than I do.
Yes, Maria. And sometimes I fear for you.
I wanted to talk to you about Louis this afternoon. Edmund, what am I to do about Louis? After he drinks wine, he is terrifying. Should I leave the palace on the day of the night when there is a banquet, or should I just lock myself up in my apartment?
It wouldn't be possible for you to go back to Spain.
I've talked of that with Louisa, my lady-in-waiting. It may bring many complications, Edmund. We were married according to the terms of the treaties, and it may bring war between the two countries. Certainly it might bring danger to my own people. That is why I am determined, you realize that, to save my own people from any disaster.
I see.
kind of life have you lived, Edmund? An active one, I warrant.
What makes you say that?
The night in the ballroom when you fought all those men with your sword, I have never seen such swordsmanship, and you did save my life.
That was nothing.
Oh, how modest. That's another of your likable qualities. You said something last night about planning to live on this island with somebody else.
Yes.
A woman you will marry?
Most certainly. As soon as Louis comes back, I am to go there according to his promise. I shall find Marguerite and take her to the island. Then I want nothing more from life. In fact, I think we shall be happier away from people, left to ourselves.
Is she very beautiful, this Marguerite?
In my eyes, Maria, she's the most beautiful thing on earth. With lovely eyes, peach-like complexion. Oh, but how I ramble on. This must bore you.
No, it doesn't bore me, but...
But what?
Are you sure about this woman? You are too fine and good to throw yourself away on somebody who's not worthy of you.
Well, you are a princess, Maria, of royal blood. So I don't think you would approve. You see, she's a peasant's daughter.
A peasant's daughter?
Yes, the daughter of one of the peasants on my guardian's estate. But I've begun to believe that this question of marriage should not be considered in the light of birth and breeding. I feel it. It's an instinct.
An instinct?
Yes. I knew as soon as I saw Marguerite that I loved her. Even in that first sublime moment. I knew that I didn't care who she was, where she came from, or what she did. My one fear was that she might be married. When I learned that she wasn't, well, if two people have ever loved each other, it is Marguerite and me.
What a lucky young woman to have such devotion. Only a peasant's daughter, and she'll be happy for the rest of her life. While I, the Queen of France... How many days now is it before he returns?
3.
3 more days. 3 days of peace and tranquility and happy conversation. Oh, we must talk for hours together, Edmund. If it does not bore you, would you mind, please? There'll be many lonely days after you've gone.
But of course. What a pity Marguerite is not here. I would like you especially to have met Marguerite.
I don't think I would have liked it, Edmund.
Why?
Perhaps Marguerite may remind me too much of what I might have had. In your brother. If he had been a human being.
Would you like to take a walk in the garden? It's a beautiful afternoon. Sun warm and bright and very still.
Yes, Desmond. Perhaps that might complete the picture which the attendants in the palace have of Louis and me. This, of course, is our nuptial week. Why, look. That carriage. Getting out of that carriage.
The Tillier. What's he doing here?
You did say he went with the king to the country.
Yes, of course. And now look. Another man steps out with a cowl over his head. Good heavens, Maria. It's the king. I know it's the king.
King?
Quickly, go back to your apartment. Lock the door.
Oh, there you are, Marchioly. Close the door, Letellier. Confound that coach with the filthy contraption that it is, the dust and the grime. Well, Marchioly, what's the news? Were you bothered this time by my Lord Cardinal?
No, Your Majesty.
Well,
That would hardly be possible. You've not been long away, and as this is your nuptial week...
Oh, yes, my nuptial week. Of course, my nuptial week. That's right, that's rich. Well, this will be a new week for me. This will be the beginning of a new era. Ha! So you've nothing to report, brother mine?
Nothing, except to ask if you're here to stay.
But of course I'm here to stay. What do you think?
Then in that case, Your Majesty, I go free.
Go free? What are you talking about?
You recall the promise you made that if I took your place on this occasion, that I would be allowed to go free for 3 days to call on the woman who is to be my wife, and to bring her ready for embarkation to the island?
Oh, yes, of course, Edmund. Well, Edmund, I'm a man of my word. You shall have your wish. Oh, it's strange, isn't it? It's very strange. We're twins. We're twins, you and I, and both of us start upon a new life.
That may apply to me. But as far as you're concerned...
Oh, yes, it's a new life for me, too. A war on the fair sex, if you gather my meaning.
No, I'm afraid I don't.
Well, then let me explain further, my dear brother. I have discovered that women, all women, are the most fickle, the most heartless, the most faithless of all the cattle on this earth. So from now on, I put women in the category where they belong. Cattle. That's all they are. Cattle. Including that arrant vixen behind that gilt door. You see, Latelia, it's still locked. And the vixen behind it will blush and shriek and go on with all the antics of her sex.
Louis,
I'll be calling a different tone with you, my lady, as soon as the room is clear.
Louis,
all right, Latelia, let Marchioly go. And I shall proceed to give the Queen lesson 1 in this, our new regime.
Maria Theresa, on the other side of this door, strained to catch fragments of this conversation. But it would be a frightened woman indeed if she knew how utterly cruel and relentless was the attitude newly adopted by her husband, the king. Edmund, too, is deeply concerned. Make sure you hear the next interesting chapter of The Man in the Iron Mask. The Man in the Iron Mask. When King Louis returns to Paris, he is determined to make the Queen suffer, a symbol of the bitterness he feels towards all women from now on. And before his brother Edmund and Letellier, he strikes on the door and utters dire threats to Maria Theresa, who stands listening on the other side.
It's a locked door. Have you ever heard of that before, Letellier, or you, Edmund? A locked door between the king and his wife. All right, you vixen, we'll soon have your tame. Now then, may I have this room clear?
Yes, Your Majesty. But as yet, we've made no definite arrangements regarding Monsieur Marchioly.
Well, I'm keeping my promise, aren't I? I told you that you'd be allowed to go free for 3 days.
Yes, you told him that, Your Majesty, but when and where shall he report so that he can be transferred with his wife to the island? He resembles you much too closely to be seen coming here to the palace. And even outside...
Oh, yes, of course. Now remember this and remember it well, Edmund. You'll wear that cowl always when you're abroad.
Yes.
And perhaps if you would come straight here to me in 3 days' time at this hour.
I suggest, Your Majesty, that you allow him to wear your ring. The ring with the royal crest, which would allow him to enter the palace without any challenge and come straight to these rooms.
Excellent, Letellier. Here it is, Edmund. Yeah, slip it on your finger, and when you report with your wife ready for transportation, all you have to do is to show this ring, and you'll be led to me wherever I am.
Yes, Louis.
But always remember, your cowl covers your face, so that nobody can recognize you or me.
I understand perfectly. Louis.
Yes?
Be kind to the Queen, won't you?
What has that got to do with you?
Nothing, except... Well, you are the king. You set a royal example. Try and make your queen happy, so that happiness is reflected among your own people.
Oh, what kind words. Perhaps you should be king yourself, Edmund. So magnanimous, so warm-hearted towards your subjects. But you are not king. Nor are you ever likely to be. Now get out. You too, Letellier. I want these apartments to myself. That gilt door shall be opened before 10 minutes have passed, even if I have to kick it down.
Please be kind to her. She's a stranger in a strange land.
Yes. And she'll find me strange, too. Very strange since my return from the country. Now be gone, both of you.
Well, as you say, Louis.
Your cowl.
Oh, I almost forgot.
Just a moment, Edmund.
Yes?
Why this sudden concern for the Queen?
She's a woman, a helpless woman.
Well, how do you know? Have you seen her while I've been away?
Why, no. No, as you can see, the door is locked. Before you left, you quarreled with the Queen, didn't you?
Yes, of course I quarreled with the Queen. But when I find you suddenly rallying to her cause...
No, I merely plead for the sake of common humanity. You'll see me in 3 days, Louis. Goodbye.
Adieu. And now, little Maria Teresa, for you.
Maria? Are you there? Maria?
No answer from the vixen.
Will you open that door, Maria? Your king commands!
Still no answer.
I'll kick this door down. No! Oh, curses.
Oh, methinks I'm not as competent a housebreaker as I thought. Well, perhaps a little wine. And I'll fortify myself for lesson number 1 in the manners of a queen towards her king.
Meanwhile, Maria Teresa, on the other side of the door, terrified at these threats and mutterings of her husband, crossed the room and rang for her maid-in-waiting, Louisa. But apparently Louisa had been detained, for no one came in answer to her call. And as she sank frightened and trembling into a divan, wondering if the king would once more resume his onslaughts on the door, there suddenly came a sound from behind her.
Who is that?
Open the windows, quickly.
Who is it?
It's Edmund. Quickly, there's not a moment to lose.
What are you doing here?
Wait till I close the windows. Maria, we parted abruptly because the king came back unexpectedly. I've come here to say goodbye, to thank you for your kindness and understanding.
Oh, Edmund.
You'll find the king in an ugly mood.
I know.
You heard?
Yes, I was listening at the door. I'm so frightened. Why does he act in this way? What have I done to harm me? He hates me so.
If you're diplomatic, if you flatter him, it'll be easier for you. But whatever happens, don't fight him, please don't. Remember, he's the king. Everybody does as he commands. There's not a hope of your succeeding, not a hope.
Oh, Edmund.
And now, Maria, I must hurry. I must go on my way. I have only 3 days.
3 days? To find the woman you love?
Yes.
You will marry her?
Yes. And then I must report back here at the palace, ready to be taken to our island. And that's how I managed to come here to you today. This ring, signet ring which the king gave me, which allows me free entry into any part of the palace. As soon as I left the king's atelier, I hurried through the anterooms to the terrace and across to this window.
Before you go, Edmund, tell me, what island is it they are sending you to?
I don't know, Maria. You would tell me nothing of that. But wherever it is, don't worry about me, Maria. I'll have the person I love most in the world beside me. Rather, should you worry about yourself? For you have a heavy cross to bear.
Yes, Edmund. And there's only one consolation. It is for my people, for Spain.
May I ask you once again, Maria, entreat you. You will never tell Louis that I told you the truth.
That you were masquerading as Louis?
Yes. Remember, if he knew that you knew, that anybody outside L'Atelier and certain trusted guards knew, he would have me executed at once.
Your secret is safe with me. Goodbye, Edmund, and God bless you. May you have all the happiness in this world that you deserve.
Meanwhile, the king, on the other side of the great gilt door, had called for wine and yet more wine. And now, having lost his first impatience in the mellowing influence of this wine, he set about giving orders with a determined delight. Carpenters were sent for. Letellier and several other members of the court were summoned. And so he proceeded to give his orders.
It seems that the Queen has gone into retirement. You carpenters are here to operate on that door.
Your Majesty, what will people say?
Well, what do I care what they say? I'm the king, and the Queen is like any other disobedient subject. She must be made an example. Carpenters, smash down that door!
Oh, Your Majesty, if only this could be done quietly.
Please stop.
I think Her Majesty is unlocking the door.
Well, a very sensible move. Ah, my Queen. So at last you've consented to leave your walled tomb. Oh, no, don't come in here. Let me instead enter your sweet-scented boudoir.
Louis, oh, please.
Clear the rooms, all of you. That includes you, Letellier. We are not to be disturbed.
No, Your Majesty.
Ah, the sweet perfume of a woman's boudoir. Elusive, attractive, and jaunting. And the door, battered though it is, still stands stoutly on its hinges. I'll lock it in case we're disturbed.
Louis, you've been drinking again.
Quite so, my pet. And the fault lies at your door. Oh, that's good. Your gilt door, because you refuse to open it. Well, I think it's time you and I saw eye to eye, my dear Maria. Your behavior, to say the least of it, has been defiant, disobedient, and very dangerous. But I am the King of France.
Yes, Louis.
And you treat me as though I were a stranger.
You are a stranger. You don't even know yourself, Louis. For if you did, you would be terrified, horrified as others are.
Ah, the little Spanish mouse shows spirit now. I'll soon make you come to him. Come here. I said come here.
Oh, Louis, please have pity on me. I'm a stranger in France. I find it so hard to understand you when you drink.
But you did tell me at one time that you loved me almost as though I were two people.
Yes, I know, but...
But what?
I don't know. You changed so rapidly.
Oh, that's good. Such a devastating change that you can hardly recognize me. Sit down here by this window. I said sit down here by this window with me.
Yes, Louis.
Do you know, since you've been in Paris, you've become to look even pretty. Whether it's the clothes or whether it's...
What's the matter, Louis? What are you staring at?
What's that at your feet?
I don't know.
Allow me. A ring. My signet ring. Where did this come from?
I don't know. I've never seen it before.
It's only 2 hours ago that I gave this ring to Maria. After he left me, he came to you.
Oh, no, Louis, no.
After he left my apartments with this ring, he must have come to you. Then you know. You know the truth. Answer me, you little vixen, you know the truth.
Yes, Louis, yes. Oh, please, Louis, don't harm him. It wasn't his fault. Please don't harm him. Have mercy.
The Man in the Iron Mask.
Louis, King of France, having been rebuffed by the Cardinal's niece, returns to Paris to take his place as the king once again. His twin brother, Edmund Marchioly, has been performing this masquerade in his absence, and now he goes off to find his Marguerite. But the king is determined to tame his wife, Maria Theresa, and when he enters her apartments, he discovers a signet ring, which he had given to Edmund. He immediately guesses that Edmund has told Maria the truth concerning the masquerade.
This ring. I gave it to him only an hour ago. Now I find it in your apartment. Did he tell you all the truth?
Oh, yes, Louis, yes, but he knew it would go no further. Oh, please, Louis, don't be revenged on him. He is your brother.
Brother? So he told you that, too? Then you know everything.
Yes, Louis, but I will tell no one, I swear it.
Ah, most certainly you will tell no one. But if this talkative brother of mine tells you, he'll tell other people, too, won't he?
No.
What's more, he's crafty, dangerous. He didn't even inform me that he'd seen you. In fact, he lied.
Oh, Louis, you are going to punish him. I know you are.
3 days he has. 3 days to collect his beloved and bring her here to the palace. Ah, how convenient. It'll save me searching for him. What is there between you?
Nothing.
Don't lie. After he left me, he sneaked here into your apartment. That's obvious because of this ring. Are you in love with him?
I respect him.
So, you respect him, but you despise me.
No.
Oh, you don't remember. You said you did. Very well. I think in the near future you shall come to learn to respect your husband, the king. 3 days, eh? 3 days.
Meanwhile, Edmund Marchioly, unmindful of this momentous interview which concerned himself, was hurrying on his way to the little farm of Papa Frederick and his beloved Marguerite. It was dusk when he arrived, hot and dusty and tired. As his horse turned the bend in the road, bringing into full relief the little cottage of the farmer, a lamp was shining in its front windows. And as his horse trudged wearily along this last hill and in through the big double gates, he saw the little white door of the thatched cottage open, and he caught his breath in wonderment. There, with this bright lamp, now held high, was Marguerite, eager and expectant, peering into the dusk.
Marguerite!
Edmund! Oh, that voice, I knew it anywhere. Oh, Edmund, it is you. Come home at last.
Oh, my darling, let me look at you. Just the same Marguerite I've always seen in my dreams. Oh, darling, darling, at last we're together again.
The incredible has happened. Oh, when we were in the Bastille, when you were slowly dying in that cell next door.
You had faith. You must have had faith. Otherwise, we would never be together now.
Oh, come inside, Edmund.
Where's your father?
Oh, he'll be back soon. He's gone down to the far paddock to drive the cows into shelter. What are you looking at, Edmund?
Just you. Feasting on you. Drinking in your beauty. Listening to your voice. Oh, Marguerite, we're together again. Do you realize how wonderful this is? How important it is? The greatest day of our lives today. Because...
Yes, Edmund.
Because we will never be parted again.
Oh, Edmund.
I've come to take you to our new home.
Our new home? Where are we going?
To an island. I don't know where it is, whether it's beautiful or ugly, comfortable or rough. But I don't care, except for your sake.
Wherever you are, that will be my home, Edmund.
But there are conditions, Marguerite. I feel guilty and selfish asking you to come because of these conditions.
What are they?
I shall be a prisoner on this island, Marguerite.
A prisoner?
Yes, it's a long story and much too dangerous to tell you. But I am to remain a prisoner on this island for the rest of my life.
Oh, Edmund, no. Not you. What have you done? Why were you in the Bastille?
It might bring danger to you, my sweetheart, if I told you. It's enough to say that I've committed no crime, but I must stay on this island. If you feel that it might be too lonely for you...
Lonely?
lonely with you. Oh, Edmund, how you misjudge me in my feelings.
Of course I don't misjudge you. But I feel it only fair to give you the choice.
I've never stopped thinking of you, not for one moment, day or night. You see this lamp? Perhaps a woman's instinct told me that you'd come at dusk or night. This lamp has been lit and put in the front windows every night just for you, Edmund.
For me?
Yes. I knew that the time would come when you would turn that road at the corner and ride up as you have this night. Oh, Edmund, darling, tell me once again that it's true. We're never to be parted again?
Never again, my lovely Marguerite. You're mine and I am yours. For now and for always.
Oh, Louisa, what am I to do?
Your Majesty, it seems there is nothing you can do.
But it is all my fault. Edmund's last words to me were... His last wish was that I should not tell Louis that I knew we were twins. And then 2 hours later...
But, Your Majesty, you were forced into a confession. The king's signet ring. Naturally, His Majesty would guess. Was he very angry?
No, Louisa, it was worse than anger. He became suddenly quiet and sarcastic. He kept saying to himself, 3 days. 3 days.
And what does that mean?
In 3 days' time, Edmund comes back to the palace with his bride.
You think that he is planning a punishment for Edmund?
A punishment? Oh, how likely that falls from your lips, Louisa. Louis is planning something devilish, of that I am quite sure. And all because of my sheer stupidity. Oh, Louise, I realize now that I am a stupid woman.
Oh, no, Your Majesty. You are devout and good, and your upbringing...
My upbringing? It has not fitted me for this world we live in. This is a place of intrigue and roguery and hate and jealousy and cruelty. Yes, cruelty. I saw it in Louis' eyes. He plans something most terrible. Oh, if only I could find Edmund and warn him, tell him to flee the country.
You don't know where he has gone, Your Majesty?
No. I know nothing about Edmund, save that he is the king's twin brother, and that at times he takes his place in masquerade. It has told me so much, Louisa. Why I have always hated Louis at times. Why at other times I have thought that I loved him.
Loved him? You mean... Your Majesty, it is not possible that you have fallen in love with this Edmund.
Yes, Louisa, I have. It is something beyond my control. Perhaps if I had met Edmund under different circumstances, it would have been possible for me to have held in check my emotions. But believing that he was my husband, believing that I was his wife, I found myself falling in love with him. Oh, Louisa.
And now he is to die.
Don't say that.
But it seems, Your Majesty, that nothing will prevent this mischance. He returns to the palace in 3 days' time.
2 days and 3 hours by the clock now.
And when he returns, his brother waits. Oh, how horrible. I offer you my sympathy, Your Majesty. You must indeed be an unhappy woman.
More desolate than I have ever been in my life. To meet a man whom I love very deeply, and then to realize that soon he walks to his death here in this palace.
Happy, my sweetheart?
In heaven. This carriage is soaring through space. A fairy coach taking you and I to our mythical island.
And soon, when we come to the top of this hill, you'll see the lights of Paris. You've never been to Paris, Marguerite?
Yes. You forget.
Of course. When you were made prisoner. How different it will be this time. Look, there they are now, the lights.
Like the stars in this heaven of mine. Oh, Edmund, how beautiful. It just takes my breath away.
And you take mine. Just think of it. This morning we were married. Tonight we live in the greatest city in the world. And tomorrow, perhaps early in the morning, a journey across the waters to our island.
You don't know its name?
No. Perhaps it has no name.
Would you name it if that were the case?
If I'm allowed to, yes. And do you know what I shall call it?
No. Tell me.
Marguerite. The island of Saint Marguerite.
Enter?
Your Majesty, they've arrived.
Who? You can speak. We're alone.
Your brother and the woman.
At last. All the afternoon I've been expecting them. Then I thought that perhaps my brother was not as good as his word. Now, however...
Shall I call the guards?
Oh, most certainly not. Let the cat play with the mouse, first of all.
Oh, one moment, Your Majesty. It might be interesting if you saw your brother with his wife.
If I saw my brother with his wife? Why?
Because I'd like you to see this woman for yourself. Your brother has the most remarkable taste.
Oh, really? You interest me, Natalia.
In fact, I think I can safely say that she's the most beautiful girl I've ever set eyes on.
What?
Yes, Your Majesty. So when disposing of your brother Edmund, bear the woman in mind.
The Man in the Iron Mask. Suggested from a story by Alexander Dumas, written for radio by Eric Scott and a George Edwards production. After Edmund has gone to fetch his bride, Louis discovers that he has told the Queen, Maria Theresa, that he and Louis are twins. It seems now that Louis plans something diabolical for Edmund when he returns with his bride at the end of 3 days. And on the night of the 3rd day, as he waits impatiently in his suite, Letellier hurries to him, declaring that Edmund and his bride are waiting in an anteroom. Letellier then informs the king that the bride is the most beautiful woman he has ever set eyes on.
So, she's beautiful, Letellier.
Like a most wonderful picture, Your Majesty. The bluest of eyes, the fairest of hair, and a smile like sunshine.
Mm-hmm.
No wonder he was so anxious to go and fetch her. No wonder he'll be content to live on his island for the rest of his life.
Live on his island for the rest of his life? Oh, that's amusing, Letellier. Before I interview my worthy brother, I would like to take a peep into that antechamber just to get a glimpse of this wondrous beauty. Just to make up my mind whether it's worth my while to enter into a most amusing comedy.
Comedy?
Yes, my dear Letellier. And now that my little country girl is for the church, I'm bored. Bored to distraction. I want something to amuse me. Perhaps this will be the answer. Especially if she's beautiful. Tell me, where were they put?
In the antechamber, just at the bottom of the staircase, Your Majesty. You'll be able to see from the top.
Well, then let us go, Letellier.
Your Majesty, you intrigue me. Have you changed your plans for Marchioly? He is not to be executed?
Did I ever say he was to be executed?
Oh, Your Majesty, you were planning something.
Oh, yes, something far more deserving. But now, if the wife is so beautiful...
Wait. You can see from here.
Uh-huh.
There she is, Your Majesty. Fortunately, she is facing this way.
Mon Dieu. Why, she's more beautiful than the Cardinal's niece.
Assuredly so.
What a jewel, what a rare diamond. Why, Letellier, I'm so dazzled, so excited, so amazed that I can hardly think what is to be done.
This little comedy, does she still fit with the comedy?
The comedy?
The comedy, Letelia, now becomes a romance, a paradise. Oh, if only I were Edmund, if only I could go to that lonely island and live the rest of my days with such loveliness. Oh, Letelia, she must not see me, of course. She may recognize the likeness between the two of us.
Perhaps your brother has already informed her.
Very possible. Anyhow, send him to me. We will talk, and then the king's new romance begins.
Louis, smiling softly, made his way back to his apartments and there very carefully changed his coat to one of a brighter hue, and crossing to a jewel box, he placed several more rings on his fingers and turned just as the door opened and Edmund was announced. As soon as Edmund walked into the room, he hurried across, stretching out his hand.
My dear Edmund, so the wanderer has returned.
Yes, Louis. A little late, but our carriage broke down on the way into Paris.
Our carriage? Oh, you didn't come alone.
No, I brought my wife with me.
Your wife? Oh, but this is a surprise.
I told you when I left here that I was going to be married.
Oh, yes, of course, my memory. It's so difficult these days. You know, affairs of state, the cardinal pulling me this way, the Delia pulling me that, and the queen no help. Oh, such a silly, simpering woman. But then, you didn't have very much opportunity to observe the queen.
No.
Of course, she was walled up in her apartments while I was away. Oh, a dreadful quarrel we had. It would have been very embarrassing for you if she'd decided to make up that quarrel during my absence.
No doubt.
Yes, embarrassing and yet intriguing, if you were attracted to her. Yes, just too amusing. The queen coming to you believing you were a husband, vowing eternal love, whispering soft words in your ear.
Stop it.
My dear brother, what ails you? It's all in the realms of my mind, just a lively imagination. You know, I think I should have been a dramatist. Perhaps I should have written an idyll to love. Paradise on a perfect island.
It's about the island, of course, that I came. Shall you be sending me tonight to this island or tomorrow?
Tomorrow, I think.
Which means that we can spend tonight in Paris.
Oh, yes, but of course.
And may I have this night of freedom? Marguerite, my wife.
Oh, her name is Marguerite.
Marguerite has never seen Paris in a happy. Well, she's never been really free in Paris. And before we go to the island, if I could have your permission to show her the city.
But of course, my dear Edmund. What a pity she can't set eyes on me there. Oh, that would have been one of the sights, yes. But, unfortunately, as I am so much like my twin brother... By the way, you didn't tell her?
No, I have kept to my word.
No one?
No one.
Nobody at all?
No. As for Marguerite, I prefer that she didn't know of our unfortunate relationship.
Huh. Did you say unfortunate?
It is for me, for it has made me a prisoner. I know. With Marguerite by my side, I think I'll be happy through the years.
Yes, I'm quite sure you will be.
What?
I mean, well, you seem determined to be happy, don't you? Very well, Edmund, your wish is granted. You and your Marguerite may have Paris for tonight. And tomorrow morning at 6, a boat shall be ready to take you to this island.
Thank you, brother. I hope when we reach there will be no more difficult duties for me.
You mean masquerade?
Yes.
Well, as a matter of fact, there may be one, Edmund. I may ask you to take my place once more. Oh, no, don't frown, Edmund. You'll be amply rewarded, for upon each occasion I feel more and more grateful to you. Strange, isn't it? Yes, there may be one more occasion, and when that occasion arises, well, you shall hear from me, and be most suitably rewarded for your trouble.
Darling, this is our city. This is Paris.
Paris. How I've dreamed of Paris. Walking free as the air as we are at this moment. Oh, what a different Paris it is to that which I saw when the soldiers brought me to the Bastille.
Look over there. The Seine and that amazing sea of lights. The gayest part of Paris, they tell me. Theatres, carnivals, sideshows.
Oh, let's go, Edmund. Shall we go, please?
Well, of course.
And shall we see the dawn? Let us have this night to see Paris, Edmund. For it may be the only time we shall ever be together in this city.
You think so?
Well, you told me that when we go to this island, we stay there, for you will be prisoner. And I will never want to see Paris again without you. Edmund,
May I ask the forbidden question? Why will they keep you on this island?
Darling, to know the truth might be dangerous for you. I'd rather you knew nothing. I'd rather you were not entangled in the sordid story which is bound up with this imprisonment. But let's forget all about that. Let's plunge into that sea of lights and drink Paris to the full. Our only night in the gayest city of the continent.
Celia, you have your instructions. You know exactly what you must do.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Now listen carefully. They will be in the courtyard at 6 o'clock. You will proceed with them to the coast and don't forget the iron masks.
The iron masks? No, I won't, Your Majesty.
And tell me, Celia, has the governor already taken up his residence on the island?
Yes.
Oh, that's good. That will be yet another surprise for our good friend, Edmund. His own guardian as governor.
A wise choice, Your Majesty. The fewer in the secret, the better. And Saint-Mars knows all.
I agree with you. And I'll leave all the minor details to you, Letelia. Yes, and now I think we'll call our special friends together tonight. An impromptu banquet. I feel very happy.
Happy? Your Majesty, forgive my asking this question, but...
well, yes?
You puzzle me, Your Majesty.
Oh, Letelia, am I so difficult to understand?
Before your brother arrived, you'd planned in your own mind a very terrible punishment for him. I knew that. But now you send him to this island. You send that beautiful woman to the island with him.
Instead of keeping her here. Well, I can't afford to risk a scandal, Letelia. If the news got out, perhaps the news would also escape that she is the wife of a certain brother of mine.
Oh, I understand.
Yes, but I'm happy because I planned a most delightful interlude. This is my comedy that has suddenly turned into a most glorious romance.
And may I be let into the secret?
But of course, I'm just trying to share it with you, Letelia. Now look, when we observed that beautiful woman today, I noticed that she is very much enamored of her husband.
Oh, that's only natural. They've only been married a day or two.
And now they can go off to an island paradise. The happy honeymoon couple.
Quite so.
Letelia, I find next week that my kingly duties will take me to distant parts. I will need my brother's help. He must come here to the mainland and masquerade for me again.
But you don't wish to go to the country again?
Oh, no. Not to the country. To the island.
The island?
Yes, to the island. And to the beautiful Marguerite.
Your match?
Oh, yes, but, Letelia, I go not as the King of France, but as Edmund. As Edmund, my loving brother Edmund. What a charming romance it will be. The lovely Marguerite and myself.
The Man in the Iron Mask.
When Louis discovers that his brother Edmund's wife is a beautiful woman, he alters his plans about putting Edmund to death. Instead, he is charming to his brother and tells him that he and his wife have the freedom of Paris for that evening before embarking for the island early the next morning. When they have left the palace, he smilingly informs Letellier of the revenge that he will take. After Edmund and his wife Marguerite have reached the island, Louis intends to call him back to the mainland. And then he, Louis, will go to the island masquerading as Edmund, and he will deceive the lovely Marguerite.
Won't it be charming, Letellier? I will go to the island, and I'll be received with open arms by that beautiful woman we saw in the antechamber.
Your Majesty, your astuteness dazzles me. No brain but yours could conceive such a plan.
And no arms but these will hold such a woman as Marguerite after tomorrow.
But how will you deal with your brother Edmund when it's all over?
The Iron Mask, of course.
But, Your Majesty, there are two. You ordered another one to be made, a lighter one.
Yes, quite so. But make sure that both are dispatched to the island. When the time comes, he shall wear the heavy mask, and then I shall not bother with my brother Edmund ever again.
Your Majesty, do you not agree with me now that everything happens for the best? The Cardinal's niece in the country, she seems a long way away now, doesn't she? And now that you've seen the lovely Marguerite...
Ah, yes. Marguerite is much more beautiful, but somehow, Letellier, little Maria... Oh, she was not pretty, I know, but there was something about her, something that I'll never forget. Even now, I wonder if she'll take the step. The church, when I offered her the world. The whole world.
Sit down, my child. Thank you, Reverend Mother. I have a letter here from His Eminence the Cardinal. He asks us to make sure that spiritually you're contented, Maria, because he knows as well as I do that if you enter the church with regrets, then you are entering in vain. Have you any regrets, child?
Regrets? I don't know, Reverend Mother. I'm frightened to think.
Frightened? So what is there to be frightened? Renunciation of the world drives out all fear. There must be no fear in your heart, only love, and the spirit of self-sacrifice. What makes you frightened, child?
I'm not frightened for myself. I'm frightened for somebody else, Reverend Mother.
And who is this somebody else?
I dare not speak his name. You see, I cannot forget him.
You can't forget him?
No.
Somebody you are in love with?
Yes, Reverend Mother. I've tried to put him from my thoughts, and all last night I lay awake wondering how I could face this day. The day when I knew I would climb the hill to this nunnery and stand before you.
My child, in such a frame of mind you cannot enter the church. You realize that?
I do. But I want to come here, Reverend Mother. I want to escape the world. And more than anything else, I want to escape him. The man I love.
You will find peace and contentment here. You'll find that you can forget all your worldly cares. But your love of humanity and of God must be greater than anything else. You are not sure of yourself, child?
No. And yet, I want to be. I want to be here in these sheltering walls, away from this man outside. He can hurt me. He will hurt me. I know only too well.
Then rest here for a week. Contemplate in the walled garden. Talk with me and with the sisters. Perhaps when you see the happiness they find in their great work, you will be cured, I'm positive, child, because all who come here find rest in me.
Look, Edmund. The sun is just rising.
Are you tired, my darling?
Tired? I've never been more alive, more excited, more wide awake in all my life.
And yet we've seen this whole night through.
As you promised.
You wanted it this way, didn't you? To see Paris with me.
What we have seen, I remember all my life. Theatres, the side shows, the great eating house where we ate chicken and drank wine.
And then last but not least, the long walk in the moonlight by the Seine.
And then movement once again with the first light. The horses and carts. Stirring of a sleepy city. Oh, Edmund, it's been paradise.
There'll be many more nights together. But so unlike this one.
Nights on our island. Perhaps with the song of birds, the swish of waves and the sea wind.
While we've been waiting here, I've been wondering about the island, Edmund. I look up there at the palace, all that ugly stone, this flagged square, and I think to myself, on the island we shall be with nature. Trees, perhaps a brook, and the seabirds and waves. We shall be happier, I think. Happier than we could ever have been here on the mainland.
So long as we're together, that is all that matters. Look, here comes some men now. Why, it's Monsieur Letellier.
Good morning, Mr. Marchioly. Will you draw your cowl a little closer round your face?
Oh, certainly.
And how is Madame this morning?
Very well, thank you, monsieur. We thought you had forgotten us.
I must apologize for a slight delay. One of the carriages had to be changed, a broken spring.
One of the carriages? But surely we don't need more than one.
My dear Marchioly, there's a great deal to bring from the mainland to the island.
Well, I have very little baggage.
Rooms have to be furnished, and there are certain other articles to be taken to the island.
A certain masque, for instance.
A masque? Not the masque you are thinking of, monsieur. The king keeps his promise. This will be of much lighter texture. Well, here come the first of the carriages. Will you and Madame embark upon it? This will take you to the coast where a boat will be waiting, and soon you'll be on your way to your new home. Soon the carriages were loaded, and with the sun now well up in the heavens, the party drawn in the carriages with the royal crest made their way to the coast. Upstairs in the palace, the king had been surveying the courtyard from a long, narrow window. And as he looked thoughtfully after the retreating carriages, there was a knock upon the door. Come in.
You've done your work?
Yes, Your Majesty. I followed out your instructions to the letter. They're on their way to the coast, and before nightfall they'll be upon the island.
Oh, waste of time for my poor dear brother. Little does he know that the day after tomorrow he'll be on his way back.
I'm a little nervous about your brother, Your Majesty. He believes he goes to that island for good and all.
Well, I did mention that I may have one more commission for him to perform. Oh, he took it badly, but when he reads the contents of this letter, I think he'll be satisfied.
You've already written the letter?
I've not wasted any time, my dear Letellier. Now, how does it sound? I'll read it to you. My dear brother, may I bring to your mind that I spoke of one more commission which I would have you perform for me. I find that once again I'm obliged to go into the country on urgent business, and it is business which is no concern of the court. Therefore, my dear brother, it is most necessary that you take my place once again as King of France. So successful were you on previous occasions that I feel sure you will once again perform a great service for your brother and your king. In fact, on this occasion, when I return from my visit to the country, I will find it in my heart to give you your freedom.
Yes, freedom, Majesty.
Yes. A good fate, Letellier, don't you think? I will find it in my heart to give you your freedom, because I know that I will be able to trust you for always, since you have not taken advantage of your position here in my court. There you are. How's that?
Oh, he'll not question that. His freedom, indeed. But you don't mean it, surely, Your Majesty.
Oh, hardly, my dear Letellier. But this will keep him here for some time. The promise of freedom will give me a longer holiday on the island with his lovely Marguerite.
But do you think you can deceive her? She's in love with her husband. She'll detect the difference, surely.
Can you detect a difference between us?
In the tone of your voice.
Oh, well, then I shall speak like my brother. Is there any other difference?
Well, no, Your Majesty. In features, in expression, yes, you're 2 peas in a pod.
Oh, good. Now, look, send this letter. As soon as the boat which bears into the island now returns from its journey, let this letter be taken and delivered by the same boat.
Yes, Your Majesty.
And in the meantime, I shall practice with my brother's voice so that his wife, Marguerite, will receive me with open arms. Don't you envy me, Letellier?
It is an exquisite situation, Your Majesty. But how will it end?
That also have I planned most carefully. If my masquerade is successful with the gentle Marguerite, I shall dispose of my brother when I come back to the palace.
You mean execute him?
Yes. And that will leave me free to lead two lives. One as Louis, King of France, and the other as Edmund, husband of Marguerite. Yes, that will help to relieve the boredom of the king.
Little realizing that ominous clouds were gathering, Edmund and Marguerite lay happily back in their carriage, which was bearing them towards the coast. Will Louis's masquerade be successful? Will this act lead to tragedy for both lovers? Make sure you hear the next absorbing chapter of The Man in the Iron Mask.
The Man in the Iron Mask.
King Louis's plot is now well underway. Already his twin brother Edmund and his wife Marguerite are on their way to the coast, ready to make their way to the island where Edmund will spend the rest of his life in imprisonment. But it will be a happy imprisonment, for he will have Marguerite with him. However, he does not realize that Louis plots to have him brought back to the mainland, so that he, Louis, can go to the island masquerading as Edmund, and for the purpose of deceiving the wife, Marguerite, to whom he is greatly attracted, although he has never met her, only seen her. When Letellier asks him what is to be the eventual fate of Edmund, he tells his confidential advisor that when his brother Edmund comes to masquerade for him once again, he will dispose of him, so that he can live two lives, one as King of France, the other as husband of Marguerite on the island.
Yes, that should lift me from my boredom, Letellier.
Yes, Your Majesty, providing that Marguerite does not discover the truth.
But how can she? Nobody else has, not even my own wife. Ah, just a moment. She did find out. How? That's the question. If I could find out how Maria detected the difference between us, I could patch up that difference. Could I not?
Yes, Your Majesty.
I must see Maria Theresa today. I must find out how the truth was arrived at between Maria and Edmund.
She may be reticent. She is fond of your brother.
Yes, indeed. Yes, I think there's more in this than meets the eye, too. Anyhow, I'll see her without delay.
This is
unexpected, Your Majesty.
Oh, we haven't seen each other for 24 hours. It's only natural for a king to talk with his queen, even if only for appearance's sake. Now, aren't you interested in your husband at all?
Oh, Louis, if things were only different. If only you had a little of the kindness of your brother Edmund.
Edmund?
Yes. Louis, I do want to tell you this. Your secret is safe with me. I realize that your secret is bound up with the future of France. And the future of France is bound up with the future of my country, Spain. Tell me, Louis, what have you done with Edmund?
I'm not as cruel as you think I am, Maria. Edmund lives.
You mean you have taken no revenge?
Well, he is, after all, my brother.
But you were so angry when you discovered that I knew the truth.
How did you find out the truth, Maria? How did you know that Edmund was masquerading as myself?
I would rather not speak of it.
But I want to know. Oh, my dear Maria, don't be frightened for Edmund's sake. Perhaps it had to be discovered because, after all, you are my wife. It would be hard to conceal such a fact from you.
I don't believe you. Edmund has been executed. You swore to have revenge.
Supposing I were to tell you that Edmund is coming back.
Coming back?
Yes, coming back here to take my place once again. Would that convince you?
Why, Louis, you don't mean...
The day after tomorrow, I am called away on urgent business. Edmund will be here once again. Perhaps to resume his interesting friendship with you.
Don't say that.
Oh, but I bear you no grudge. After all, I'm not in love with you. It isn't my concern how you and Edmund feel about each other, but I am interested to know how you found out this truth.
Louis, I find it in my heart almost to believe you.
Almost? Well, why not take the plunge? Why not put your trust in me? The day after tomorrow will prove everything I say.
In that case, well, you will not be angry with Edmund when I tell you the truth. Louis, I couldn't detect any difference.
No difference?
No, except that you seemed hard in your manner and that your brother Edmund was more understanding, more tender in his bearing.
Oh, I see. More understanding and more tender. I must try to be a little more understanding and a little more tender. It may improve the friendship between husband and wife. You detected no other difference?
None. You are alike in bearing and look. Even the voices have the same quality.
Then how did you find out?
It wasn't I who detected the difference. You see, Edmund told me the truth.
He told you?
Only because he was behaving like a gentleman. Oh, Louis, that's why he told me. I couldn't bring myself to speak of this, but now, in this new mood of yours, this understanding mood...
Oh, I'm most understanding now.
In this understanding mood, then, you will perhaps forgive your brother Edmund for all time. You see, I went to your rooms, thinking Edmund was you. I refused to leave, and Edmund was forced to tell me the truth. He realized it wasn't fair, it wasn't right that I should be in your private rooms, believing him to be my husband.
I see. How chivalrous, how saintly of my dear brother. He is an angel in disguise, is he not?
And you aren't angry because he told me? He would have kept your secret.
Yes, but he had your feelings to consider. I understand perfectly.
And he will be coming back to take your place once again?
Most assuredly.
And where will you be going?
I? Oh, some private business, a matter of state. Oh, that's the worst of being king of a great nation. There are so many intrigues, so many undercurrents, so much treachery. And yet, in spite of it all, I enjoy the intrigues.
Oh, Edmund, this is the surprise of my life. What a beautiful island.
Did you expect otherwise?
It could have been barren, desolate, a wilderness. Instead, that lovely stretch of green, the hills, the great cliffs.
And that fortress rising high on the near side of the cliff. That will be our home.
Oh, Edmund, I wouldn't exchange this island for anything else in the world. This beach that the boat is running into. So white, so clean. And the water like crystal. Oh, look, you can see to the bottom. Fish, and isn't that coral?
Somebody wastes at the little pier.
It's
somebody I've met before, Marguerite.
But I can't see his face. Yes, I know the figure. Perhaps when he turns this way...
Here. Look, by all that's wonderful. Marguerite, it's my guardian.
Your guardian?
Saint-Mars. What on earth is Saint-Mars doing on this island?
Stand here. Mind the bump, madame, as the boat draws alongside.
Welcome to your island, Edmund.
Uncle. My uncle.
Be careful or you'll miss your footing.
Why, uncle, I can hardly believe my eyes. In heaven's name, what are you doing here?
You aren't informed of my office?
Your office? No.
A welcome for you, Marguerite. So you're together at last.
Yes, Monsieur Saint-Mars. It's almost too good to be true.
But, uncle, you haven't explained. What are you doing here?
The king has appointed me your jailer, Edmund.
Jailer?
Yes, I have been appointed the governor of this island, as yet unnamed.
Unnamed? Oh, but, uncle, the island isn't unnamed. We've found a name for it already, haven't we, Marguerite?
Have you?
Yes, monsieur. My husband has named it after me. The island of Saint Marguerite.
So besides being the name of your wife, it's also saintly.
My wife is a saint. But, uncle, why has the king done this?
Why, I think the reason is obvious. It's one which I can only discuss with you alone, Edmund. But come, let us go up to the fortress. I want you to inspect your new home. Sit down, Edmund.
Yes, uncle.
And now that you've settled down after the excitement of arriving, of making your wife comfortable, and of exploring the island, we can have a serious talk.
Yes, uncle.
The king has appointed me your jailer. And as you can see, there are only a handful of men here. These men have been chosen from the border. Men who have never set eyes on the King of France. It means, Edmund, that you will never need to wear an iron mask.
Oh, but this is wonderful news, uncle.
Unless a boat puts in. Then immediately you must be locked in this mask, for if the king knew that you were always free of it, he might change the governorship, and with somebody strict and harsh towards you, well, your life here might not be as happy as you planned.
Yes, I quite understand, uncle.
The king chose me because I know the secret. To choose another governor would mean that somebody else would be let into this secret. You understand?
Perfectly.
Very well. Oh, another point. I hope you haven't told your wife.
No, I haven't. I realize it may put her in danger.
I'm glad she doesn't know the truth. Sometimes between a husband and wife there are no secrets, but some secrets are dangerous, this one especially.
She knows nothing. She feels that perhaps I've committed some political crime. But I've been non-committal, and because she loves me, she accepts what I do.
So we're together again, you and I. And eventually you have married Marguerite. I think we will be happy, Edmund. It's a pretty island, we're comfortable, and I see no reason why we should not be happy for the rest of our lives. Oh, come in.
A boat has come from the mainland, Mr. Saint-Mars. There is a letter for Monsieur Marchioly.
A letter for me?
Thank you. You can go, guard.
The royal crest. That's from the king. What? Why, uncle. My brother wants me to go to the mainland once again.
What?
To take his place once again. But, why, uncle, this time if I carry out my work faithfully, I'm to receive a pardon.
A pardon?
Meaning that I'll be free. That Marguerite and I will be free. Why, uncle, I think I've misjudged my brother after all. This letter is the most generous I've ever read.
The Man in the Iron Mask.
Edmund and Marguerite have at last reached the island which they have christened the Island St. Marguerite. To their surprise, they find that Edmund's uncle, Monsieur Saint-Mars, is the governor. And the next day, in the privacy of his study, he discusses matters with Edmund, telling him that he need not wear the iron mask unless visitors come to the island. The guards who are employed there come from the border and have never set eyes on the King of France. Therefore, they will not detect any likeness. While they talk, a letter comes. It is from Louis requesting that Edmund go back to the mainland and assume the masquerade once again. Louis, in his letter, promises freedom for Edmund if the task is carried out successfully.
Why, this is wonderful news, Uncle. It proves beyond any doubt that my brother is not as bad as he seems.
It's always been hard with this letter. Married?
Yes, of course.
My dear brother, may I bring to your mind that I spoke of one more commission which I would have you perform for me. I find that once again I am obliged to go into the country on urgent business, and it is business which is of no concern of the court. Therefore, my dear brother, it is most necessary that you take my place once again as King of France. So successful were you on previous occasions that I feel sure you will come once again, perform a great service for your brother and your king. In fact, on this occasion, when I return from my visit to the country, I will find it in my heart to give you your freedom, because I know that I will be able to trust you for always, since you have not taken advantage of your position here in the court. Well, it seems that your brother finds the ties of blood are binding. Perhaps he might even have some regard for you. But the question is, what will you tell Marguerite? You've arrived here, and the next day you go.
Marguerite trusts me implicitly. I'll tell her the truth, that I'm doing a commission for the king. Of course, I dare not tell her I'm taking his place. She knows nothing of the likeness between us.
Very wise. Why, Edmund, this means that I shall be free, too.
You? But you were never a prisoner, Uncle.
Oh, yes, I was. By virtue of the fact that I knew your secret. I felt that my stay here would be a lifelong one, too. I believe that your brother wanted all out of the way who knew the secret. But now, with this news...
I must go and tell Marguerite at once. Will you excuse me, Uncle?
Yes, of course.
Marguerite? Marguerite! Oh, there you are.
I was looking out this window, Edmund. Down there into those depths. What a mighty drop. Hundreds of feet. It's terrifying. And yet it's beautiful.
One would think that this fortress would tumble over and down into that cauldron.
Yes. And did you notice last night the hollow sound of the waves from down there? It was a long time before I went to sleep. What's the matter with me?
You know there's something the matter?
I know you so well, I can tell.
I have to go to the mainland.
What?
Yes. A letter's just come from the king.
But Edmund, you told me that you had been sent here for the rest of your life.
I know. But there's a commission the king wants me to do for him. When it's over, hold your breath, Marguerite. This is the most wonderful surprise. When I perform this commission, I'm a free man.
Free?
Yes, my darling, free. Free to take you wherever you want to go in this world. I know we would have been happy here. I know this island was to have been our home. But now the world is ours.
Then that night in Paris was not our last night in the great city on the continent?
No, my darling.
Oh, Edmund, how wonderful it is. May I tell you now that in my heart I was a little sad that we were to be locked away from the world. Oh, there's so much we can enjoy together. I realized that on the night in Paris.
And soon it comes true. Oh, my sweetheart, I knew all would happen for the best. But I must waste no time. It's the king's command. I must dress straight away.
And God be with you.
What? Mama?
Uncle.
I have heard every word you said from above this door.
But, Monsieur Saint-Mars, I never realized that there was such an opening there.
A secret opening. This fortress has been built so that all in these rooms could be observed from above this door. This opening leads to my study, a private observation post, as it were, for the prisoners below.
And what a jailer! Oh, Uncle, how wonderful it'll be when you're relieved of your arduous duties. I can say this now with all sincerity. The king is kind. Long live the king.
Natalia, was this one of the shirts he used to wear?
Yes, Your Majesty.
Oh, what execrable taste. And yet if I'm to go to this island pretending to be Edmund, I must wear his apparel.
But of course, Your Majesty, to go there wearing your rich clothing, it may make the fair Marguerite wonder.
And this filthy doublet and hose, have they been cleaned?
Your Majesty, they have been washed and scoured. It's just that Your Majesty is not used to wearing anything but silks and satins.
I wonder what the Queen would say if she saw me leaving the palace in the early morning, dressed as a peasant.
You have told the Queen you're going away?
Yes. Oh, she'd have found out anyhow. She is in love with him, of course.
You think so, Your Majesty?
Oh, I'm quite sure now. But what do I care? The Queen can be in love with any person she pleases, as far as I'm concerned, so long as she leaves me to myself. And the fair Marguerite.
But she will never know about Marguerite.
No. That is why this situation is so delicious, Natalia. Nobody shall know, except you and me.
Goodbye, my darling. They're ready for me now.
Goodbye, Edmund. And good luck. Wherever you are, whatever you do, I shall be thinking of you.
And I of you.
When will you be coming back?
I don't know. It all depends on the king.
Soon?
I can't answer that.
If only it were tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Oh, I hardly think that. Whatever the king wants me to do, it will take more than a few hours, I'm sure. And by the time I sail from the island to the coast of France into Paris, well, practically the whole day will be gone.
I begrudge every day that we are parted. But I'll know when you're coming back, Edmund. I'll be waiting, high up there in the fortress in our room. I'll sit by those windows every day. From that great height, I can see across towards the mainland. I'll know hours before when your boat is on its way back.
Are you ready, monsieur?
Yes, coming. Goodbye, darling. And remember this. Next time we meet each other, I'll be a free man.
Come in. Your Majesty, you have rung so early. Are you ill? No, Louisa. Oh, I was so frightened. I was sound asleep, and then the bell at my elbow, it rang. I was so frightened. I thought to myself, Her Majesty, she wants me urgently because she is ill.
Ill in mind, perhaps, Louisa. I couldn't sleep last night. I was turning it over and over in my head.
What?
A conversation I had with His Majesty yesterday. He told me that he had forgiven his brother Edmund, that he had complete trust and confidence in him, and that one day he would set him free. That is not like His Majesty, Louisa.
No, Your Majesty.
I asked myself what it was that he was planning. And then this morning at 5, I heard movements in his apartment. Through that door. Louisa, there were voices, His Majesty's and Voltaire's. I listened, but I could hear very little. Only that the king was going on a journey. A secret journey.
A matter of state, madame?
I don't know, Louisa. But later, I heard a horse and carriage in the courtyard. I looked down, and a figure with a cowl over its head climbed into a closed carriage. Monsieur Letellier was with that person. And then, Louisa, I suddenly realized that it was my husband, the king. Why did my husband leave here in a closed carriage, disguised? You see, Louisa, I am told that today Edmund takes my husband's place. And yet I know Louis is planning some devilment.
Oh, Your Majesty. If only we knew what it was His Majesty was doing.
Yes. I want your help, Louise. I watched the carriage carefully from these windows. It followed the road down by the side of the park, the main highway which leads to the sea. Louise, I want you to take a coach and follow that road. Follow it until you find a carriage painted red, for that is the carriage the king took. It was one that does not bear his crest, so I know that he wants to move secretly. Will you do this for me, Louise?
Of course, Your Majesty.
Thank you, Louise. I have already given orders for a coach to be prepared. If you can change and dress as quickly as you can, I would like you to set out on your journey now. I must find out what it is that Louis plans. Because Edmund...
You love him, don't you, Your Majesty?
Yes, Louise, I love him. And if Edmund dies, it will be all my fault, because I couldn't keep the secret he gave me.
The Man in the Iron Mask.
Suggested from a version by Alexander Dumas and specially written for radio by Eric Scott, a George Edwards production. King Louis of France, delighting in the intrigue which involves him at the moment, dresses in quieter garb so that he can impersonate his brother on the island of St. Marguerite. And he leaves early in the morning, a cowl covering his head, with Letellier, his confidential advisor. However, the Queen, Maria Theresa, has seen them leave the courtyard and suspects that there is mischief afoot. She immediately rings for her maid-in-waiting, Louisa, and asks her if she will follow the king and find out what mischief is in the air. She then confesses to Louisa that she loves Edmund Marchioly.
Your Majesty, you love Edmund Marchioly.
Yes, Louisa. I understand so much now that I know that they are twins. A king and Edmund. And somehow this secrecy this morning... You see, the king forgave too easily.
Then he means to harm his brother Edmund after all?
That is what I want to find out. Oh, but Louisa, you must not waste time talking. You have to change and dress. There will be no delay about the coach. It is ordered already.
Oh, but I may lose track of the king, Your Majesty.
Not if you keep to the main road. That highway running down by the side of the park. It's the only highway to the sea. The sea. Why would His Majesty go for the sea secret? Oh, but hurry, Louisa. Waste no more time.
Soon the boat will be alongside, Your Majesty. Have you any special instructions for me?
Only that you are to take my brother back, Letellier, by the coach in which we came. Back to the palace to continue to masquerade as myself.
And what of you?
Edmund must not know that I am travelling to this island. We must tell him that I am travelling to another part of France, in the same boat.
If only he guessed your real destination.
Oh, the lovely Marguerite. I can't forget her, you know, Letellier. Just one glimpse, and I can't get her out of my mind. I wonder if she's affectionate.
All women are affectionate when they're in love.
I think this will be the most entertaining holiday I've ever had in my life. Oh, but look. He's almost alongside now.
Hello there! Hello there!
I shall walk across to this street. Bring him to me, Letellier. There are too many curious sailors within earshot here.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Hi there, you. Letellier, will you come with me, please?
Your friend will talk with you over by the trees.
Did you have a good journey across?
It was a little choppy and the wind from the south. Fair enough, though, and the wind has dropped.
Oh, that is fortunate.
Fortunate now, but my journey is completed, Monsieur Letellier.
Quite so, but
it is fortunate for others who contemplate the commencement of a journey. Here's the king.
Good day to you, Edmund.
And to you, Louis. This is a very happy meeting for me.
Happy?
I want to thank you for your letter. It's made all the difference to my life, Louis. For the first time for many months, I have hopes and ambitions. You really are going to set me free?
When I have done my work, yes.
This is a surprise, meeting you here. I expected to find you at the palace.
I have business to do, Edmund, business along the coast. As a matter of fact, I'm taking the same boat which brought you from the island. I hope it's comfortable.
Very comfortable. How long will you be away, Louis? How long will I work for you at the palace?
Oh, well, it's difficult to say, Edmund. You see, on my journey there may be one or two distractions.
Well, don't worry on my account. I'm so happy and so grateful to think that soon I'll be a free man again. I'd willingly work for you for 3 months or more, since it means my freedom.
3 months? Oh, dear, no matter how beautiful. Oh.
What's the matter?
Oh, never mind. Well, my dear Edmund, I've no special instructions for you, except to repeat once again. Be wary of the cardinal.
Yes, Louis.
And make sure that my dear mother does not try to meddle in affairs of state.
The affairs of state worry me a little, since I can show no judgment nor talk about them.
I'll leave that to my statesmen. They are always only too anxious to fill in the gap when conversation lags. Well, goodbye, my dear Edmund. May you perform your duties as diligently as you have done in the past.
This will be my most diligent work. For now I have a future. Freedom for myself and my wife.
Your wife? You have a wife?
But yes, of course. Don't you remember? I told you.
Oh, yes, that's right. Oh, how stupid of me. I'm so vague lately. Oh, perhaps it's because I have so much to do. Traveling around the country, settling this, settling that. Even indulging in arduous sea trips. Goodbye, my dear brother. Godspeed.
Yes? Ah, my dear child, it is you.
May I come in, Mother?
But of course, Maria. I was about to go to the chapel.
I'm sorry, Mother. Do I stand in your way?
No. And wait, for I feel you've come to tell me something most important. All this week I watched you in the courtyard and in the garden, sitting by yourself, brooding, thinking, weighing your future. Now you've come to your decision.
Yes, Mother.
And what is the decision, child? Are you prepared now to enter the church with an open mind, clear and fresh, and free from the ties of the outside world?
Yes, Mother.
This man you loved, is there still love in your heart?
I have discovered it is not love, Mother. This man was a man of high rank, one of the highest. I thought I loved him. But in that love was mixed up my patriotism to my country, my yearning to be loved, my weakness to flattery. Oh, yes, Mother, I have searched myself, and I have found that all these things which stood so high in my mind out there in the world are now nothing when I see the way of life that opens before me here in this nunnery.
I'm glad, child. I felt it would be this way with you, and yet I was not sure. That's why I suggested that you stay here for several days and mingle with the sisters, talk with them, and spend hours upon contemplation of the future.
Mother, I have kept you from the chapel. The bell has already stopped ringing. Will they not have started?
It matters not. Now we have a new one for the flock. Take my hand, my dear. This morning we will go to the chapel together.
Yes, Mother.
And remember this. You've released yourself from the ties of the outside world. From now on comes a period of study and devotion to the greatest service in this world. Should you ever find yourself drifting back,
that will never be.
But should this be the case, come to me always, child, and I will talk with you. Never keep such a secret locked in your heart. To become a guilty, hidden sore, to bring you pain and sorrow. Listen to the quiet harmony of the chapel. It is for you now to find your particular place in this harmony, which dominates our lives here in this haven. Come, child, kneel with me.
Come in. Why, Monsieur Saint-Mars.
Good afternoon to you, Marguerite. Still in the same place, I see.
I love this chair by the open window. Such a magnificent view. Those waves roaring in that cauldron below.
300 feet, I understand.
It's fearsome and beautiful. And then the curve of the little bay in the headland. And away in the distance, that smear on the horizon.
France.
France, where my husband is at this moment. You know why this is my favorite chair, Monsieur Saint-Mars? It is because I promised my husband that I would be looking out for him, waiting for him to come back.
Surely you don't expect him so soon?
Of course not. But I want to be here just in case. Neither Edmund nor I know how long he will be detained in France. But we both know that this will be the last time. When he comes back to the island, he will be a free man. And what a joyous celebration it will be that night. Could we have a bonfire, Monsieur Saint-Mars?
As free citizens, you shall have everything you want.
Oh, how wonderful. A bonfire. And perhaps supper on the beach, with the stars as our roof. Maybe there will be a moon. And I shall sing to Edmund as I used to sing to him in my father's field. And all this will happen on the day when I see a little white sail. When I see it. Little white sail? Oh, Monsieur Saint-Mars, hand me that spyglass.
What is the matter?
Across, beyond the headland. Oh, no, it is a trick of the imagination. I think so much of Edmund, of his homecoming, of this wonderful thing that will happen to us both, that I imagine it. And yet... Why, Monsieur Saint-Mars, even through the spyglass... Perhaps if you would look...
Give me the glass.
I dwell too much on Edmund, that is the trouble. How could he be possibly on his way back so soon? Why, it was only this morning that he left. And yet...
But it is his boat. I can see the cross and the star on the sail quite plainly.
Oh, Monsieur Saint-Mars, then he's come back so soon. Oh, but this is wonderful. I must make ready for him straight away. These rooms, I'll fill them with flowers. There'll be time to pick them. He'll be an hour out at sea. And supper. Could we have a celebration supper, Monsieur Saint-Mars?
I'll give orders to the cook that it will be a feast.
A feast to celebrate freedom. Oh, darling Edmund, how happy I feel to see that white sail. To think that you've come back so soon. Only a few hours parted, and here you are once again.
As Marguerite rushed about the rooms, dusting this, straightening that, and as she prepared to leave the fortress and run through the woods and gather an armful of wildflowers for this bower, she little realized that inside the sailing ship was not her beloved husband, but his twin Louis. Louis, who, with avid intent, was at this moment gazing upon the island on which his boat was approaching. Make sure you hear the next interesting chapter of The Man in the Iron Mask.
The Man in the Iron Mask.
It seems that King Louis's plan is mounting to a most interesting climax. For at this moment we find him on the deck of the sailing ship which takes him from the coast of France to the island Sainte Marguerite. His brother Edmund has already arrived at the palace in Paris, there to take his place as King of France while Louis is absent. On the island Sainte Marguerite, Marguerite herself, after whom the island was named, is sitting in her usual seat by the open window in the apartment she shares with her husband Edmund. This apartment is high up in the fortress and looks down into the great seething cauldron of waves and rocks. Rocks ugly and black as they rise upwards, sharp and needle-pointed. And as she sits by this window, Marguerite sees a sail. Through the spyglass, her companion Saint-Mars recognizes the sail as that which belongs to the boat on which Edmund is returning. In transports of delight, Marguerite runs hither and thither, filling the rooms with wildflowers gathered in the woods nearby and making ready for her beloved husband, little realizing that on this boat is not her husband, but his most evil twin, Louis of France. Now we find her making ready to go down to the little wharf where the boat will later put in. She taps lightly on Saint-Mars' door.
Come in.
Monsieur Saint-Mars, are you coming with me?
I should think the boat will not arrive at the wharf for another half hour or so.
Oh, but I want to be there. I must be there to wave to him.
How you must love my ward.
Oh, I do, Monsieur Saint-Mars. He is everything in the world to me. My life, my being.
I am glad.
You mean that, Monsieur Saint-Mars?
And why not?
If you remember, many months ago, you disliked me.
No, Marguerite, that is not true. I disapproved of the marriage, yes.
But why? Is it because I'm just a peasant?
That was one of the reasons. But now that I've got to know you, I can quite understand. My ward is a very lucky young man. And when he is free...
But he's free now. Don't you remember, Monsieur Saint-Mars, the letter? As soon as he performed this commission for the king, he was to be free again. So he must have carried out the king's wishes.
Yes, of course. And it might please you to know that everything will be as you asked. The bonfire, the feast. Almost as though you were being married all over again.
There was no wedding feast when we were married. Perhaps this will stand in its stead. And with you sitting at our table. You, Edmund's guardian. Why, it's almost too good to be true. I'm so happy that it may be foolish of me, Monsieur Saint-Mars, but I'm so happy I feel I could cry.
That is not so foolish, really. Tears and happiness are so closely allied, one to the other, when the tears are tears of joy.
Are you coming? We must waste no more time.
No, my child. Meet him by yourself. I know you would both prefer it that way. It's only a short walk through the woods from the wharf to the fortress, but what a pretty walk it is when you're left alone with the one you love.
Oh, Monsieur Saint-Mars, how kind, how understanding you are.
I was in love once myself.
Where is she now?
She died soon after our marriage. She was as young as you. That is why I was so happy when I became the guardian of a baby boy. If it hadn't been for Edmund, there would have been no love in my life. Oh, but I prattle on and on. Go and meet him and bring him straight to me so that I can congratulate him on his newfound freedom.
Your Majesty, I have been waiting anxiously for you, and I fear that I sent you on a wild goose chase.
A wild goose chase?
Yes, the king arrived 2 hours ago.
2 hours ago? Your Majesty, I cannot understand.
Oh, but tell me quickly. When I asked you to follow the king, what did he do? Where did he go? To whom did he speak?
I cannot understand why the king took such a long journey, Your Majesty. All the way to the sea and back. I did as you said. I traveled all through the early morning, almost to midday. And when my carriage arrived at its destination, I was told that the king had come and gone. In fact, I remember distinctly a closed coach passing us during the latter part of the journey. It must have been the king returning home.
Then why go all that way only to come back? I am mystified, Louisa. In fact, I wonder...
Where are you going, Your Majesty?
On the other side of that door is the king. Intuition tells me that something was wrong this morning, and that in spite of what he said, he was angry with Edmund. I wonder if I dare go and ask him if Edmund is well. If I dare ask him where Edmund is at this moment.
It would relieve your own mind, Your Majesty.
Oh, it would. It would. I think I'll visit him. Of course, if he is receiving... If there are people around him, I will retire. Wait for me here, Louisa.
Come in.
Good afternoon, Louis. I came to ask if you were well.
Well?
I hadn't seen you all day, and I was wondering...
Yes?
You spoke so lightly about the way you had forgiven Edmund.
Edmund?
Yes, and yet there was an edge in your voice. Oh, Louis, could I make you really and truly understand that I was at fault? I will swear it on the Bible if you wish. I discovered that Edmund wasn't you.
If you discovered it once, would you discover it again?
Oh, yes, Louis, you are different, completely different, the two of you.
Completely different?
And yet I know that one day you may be like him and yet be yourself. I would be very happy if you were, Louis. Truly happy. Oh, there you are. You always mock me, don't you? You mock everybody, everything.
What was it you said? That we're different, completely different. You're quite sure that you can tell us apart?
Quite sure.
Then look again.
Look again?
It must be a startling likeness between us.
Edmund. It's Edmund.
Yes.
But I don't understand.
Didn't the king tell you?
No. He has asked you to take his place again?
Yes, for the last time.
The last time?
The last time, and then freedom.
Freedom? Oh, Edmund, how wonderful. And yet how strange. It isn't like Louis.
To be generous. And yet just now you said that there was a change in him. My brother has changed, Maria. He has changed for the better.
Edmund!
Be careful, madame.
Oh, hurry, please, Captain, do hurry.
All in good time, madame. Will you step us on home, monsieur?
Thank you.
Edmund. Oh, darling Edmund, welcome home. Oh, my sweetheart, this is the most wonderful surprise I've ever had. When I said goodbye to you this morning, I thought it might be for a week, 2 weeks, even a month. But now here you are in the flesh.
How do you know? The cowl covers my face almost.
How do I know? Oh, sweetheart, don't try and disguise your voice, for I'd know you anywhere. But come, take my hand. I have a wonderful surprise for you.
A surprise? How intriguing.
Let us go ahead with the others. Oh, tell me your wonderful news. How does it so happen that you've come back so soon?
I couldn't stay away from it.
Oh, darling, it thrills me to hear you say such nice things. Oh, where are you going? This is the way.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Our favorite walk. Did you want to take our favorite walk? Perhaps we shall tonight, but it will be full moon.
Full moon? How enchanting. But tell me more, this surprise.
Oh, wait till we get to our rooms, then I shall tell you, Edmund. Why, you hardly had time to reach the coast of France and come back. What a short commission it must have been.
Indeed it was. How much further?
Does it seem a long way this afternoon? It does to me too, Edmund. But I want you to hold me close when we are quite away from the others. I want you to tell me again and again how much you love me. Oh, darling, we were never meant to be apart, not even for 1 minute. Oh, the doors of the fortress at last. You should carry me across, for this is an occasion tonight.
It certainly is an occasion for me. Why, Marguerite, you're even more beautiful than I thought.
Oh, Edmund. Always something better to say than the last time.
Let me follow you. These rooms of ours.
But you've told me nothing yet. Why did you come back so soon?
Well, I've already said I couldn't keep away from you.
But you had a commission to do. You were not a free man then.
Am I a free man now?
That was an order from the king. I saw it in writing. Quickly, Edmund. Let's slip away from the others.
That's what I've been waiting for. So I'm a free man now. Free. Free?
Yes, darling Edmund.
Then let me hold you close. Those beautiful lips that I've always wanted to kiss.
Lips that you've kissed so often, Edmund.
And your hair, soft like down. Eyes like stars. How lucky I am to be free. Free to do exactly what I want to do. And I want to kiss you at this moment.
Here is a unique situation. Make sure you hear the next absorbing chapter of The Man in the Iron Mask. The Man in the Iron Mask. King Louis of France, masquerading as his brother Edmund, now carries this masquerade to an extreme when he lands on the island St. Marguerite, pretending he is the husband of the beautiful girl his brother married only a few days previously. Marguerite is overjoyed to see the man whom she believes to be Edmund. And so far she has detected no difference when she runs down to the little wharf to meet him and to take him up to the fortress and to the private rooms which she and Edmund have shared. As soon as they enter these private rooms, Louis slips his arms around her, looks into her eyes and kisses her. These eyes, soft and trusting, look slightly puzzled now.
What's the matter?
Nothing except... Edmund, darling, are you worried about something?
Worried? Worried when I'm with you? I've never been happier than I am at this moment. Here in these apartments away from everybody. Alone with you. What made you ask?
I thought you might be worried. Your voice sounds husky, different somehow.
Different?
Yes.
I have a slight cold, but it's nothing. Let me hold you again. Such beauty, such loveliness, and such warmth. Marguerite, you're frowning.
Am I? I'm sorry, Edmund, dear. It's just... I'm sure you're worried. You're different somehow. There's something on your mind.
Only you. And you will be on my mind all the time that I'm here.
And you're free now, aren't you?
Free?
You told me when you did this commission for the king you would be free. He promised that.
Do you know what this commission was?
Oh, you know I don't. In some things you're so secretive, Edmund. And yet I know you wouldn't have me worried. It's probably some heavy affair of state.
Yes. And let us forget about these affairs of state. Let's only think of ourselves, you and I alone on this island. Did I say alone? Come in.
Welcome, Edmund. Welcome back.
Oh.
You've given us the surprise of our lives. Why, it seems only a few hours ago that we bade you goodbye. We thought it may be a week, perhaps 2 or 3 weeks before we saw you again, and then suddenly, miraculously, you appear.
I saw your ship from the window. I promised I'd look out for you. I promised I'd look out for you, Edmund, and I was sitting here at this window looking down into that great chasm below.
Oh, Gad, what a drop.
Then I lifted my eyes upward. And there it was on the horizon. A white sail. Your white sail. Well, you barely had time to reach the mainland when you must have left it again.
Barely time. You're right.
Marguerite could hardly believe her eyes. She handed the spyglass to me so that I could verify this wonderful news. Edmund, this is a day for rejoicing. You're free now, aren't you? Free as the air.
For just a moment, I feel suddenly giddy. Come away from the window. I never could bear looking down from high places.
Now I know you're not well. You've always loved this sofa where you could look out to sea and stare down at those waves and the big black rocks. Perhaps it was a trying journey.
But of course it must have been a trying journey. From early morning to mid-afternoon. Anyhow, I'll make arrangements for that feast I promised Marguerite.
Feast?
Yes, I'll go and give orders straight away to have this special meal prepared.
I'll go with you.
But Marguerite...
I'll be back soon, darling Edmund. But this is our wedding feast. The one we never had in Paris. Everything must be perfect tonight. Quickly, Monsieur Thomas.
And after you.
Oh, Monsieur Thomas. I'm so happy.
It makes everybody happy to hear you laugh.
The time will come when I shall be happy too.
Come in. Why, Maria Theresa.
Louisa told me you were alone. Would I be disturbing you if I came to talk with you for a little while?
But of course not. As a matter of fact, this duty which the king has imposed on me, it's a rather lonely duty. I have to keep so much to the apartments. When the dusk comes, and that will be soon, I'll be able to walk in the gardens. But I dare not go far afield from these apartments in case I meet someone who knows the king well. There's always the danger of a slip.
Oh, not so very much danger. The likeness still amazes me, Edmund.
It fooled you, didn't it?
I hope you were not hurt that I should mistake your brother for you. Oh, there is a wickedness about him, Edmund. Now that I am beginning to see one and then the other, I begin to detect this difference. It's a look in your eyes. Oh, so different to his.
Do you realize, Maria, that we may not meet again after this commission is finished?
Yes, Edmund, I have thought about it. I'm sorry. I feel I have a friend in you. I have so few friends here in the court of France.
But you've not been here long.
Oh, long enough to know that I am still treated as a foreigner. I may be the Queen of France, but there are many who still consider me an outsider. I am a Spaniard, a native of a subservient country.
But I think the future is brighter. Louis has indulged himself. I think now he's beginning to see the folly of his ways.
Oh, that is my only hope. The fact that he has given you your freedom, that is the key to a great change in my husband. I wonder, will he set you free?
But of course.
I have heard faint allusions to it, but tell me the truth about this, Edmund. Louis keeps you on some island, is that not so?
Yes. I was to live there for the rest of my life, so that nobody would meet me, see me. So that nobody would guess that Louis and I were twins.
A prisoner, really?
A prisoner, but with a wonderful compensation. My lovely Marguerite was allowed to live with me as my wife. Now, however, it's all altered.
I suppose you will go to some other country.
Oh, Marguerite and I haven't spoken of it yet.
Perhaps you may even go to Spain. If you do, I may be able to help you to find you a comfortable residence.
Thank you, Maria.
This island, it's close to the mainland.
Yes, only a few hours' journey. My special instruction was that should anybody approach the island, I was to don a most fearsome iron mask and keep hidden in this mask until the visitors left.
Oh, how horrible.
Yes, but not as horrible as wearing a mask for life. That was the original intention. However, let's not talk about that. It's all behind me now.
Yes. Oh, by the way, several of the younger bloods of the court are making very merry today. Have you heard?
No.
I understand that there's a birthday. The king has given Monsieur Letellier the keys to the wine cellar. Louisa tells me they have been drinking heavily all the morning. She hears all the news from the servants.
How amusing it would be if I walked among them and rebuked them. I can just imagine Letellier's face, the only one who knows the truth among them.
Oh, an evil scot. Oh, he frightens me, Edmund. He has the king's ear, and he turns every little piece of gossip to his advantage. What? Who can that be? The door between your apartment and mine. I had better go.
I'll slip out into the gardens. It's almost dusk now. Perhaps we may talk later this evening?
Oh, yes, Edmund. If we are not to see each other again after this visit, let us make the most of it. I shall miss you very, very much.
Thank you. I shall miss you, too. I only hope that Louis will become a worthy king and a worthy husband.
Somebody who must have come to my apartment looking for me and believed I might be in here. For the present, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, it's you, Louisa.
Yes, Your Majesty.
I wondered who it was. I have been talking with the king. Well, with the man whom everybody believes to be king. Oh, Louisa, I do love him so.
Do you, Your Majesty?
Even just now, when I walked in there, when I spoke with him, I kept wishing to myself that something might happen to Louis. Something which would make it impossible for him ever to come back. Oh, it's wicked of me. I know that Edmund has a wife who loves him very dearly. But circumstances make us so selfish. He believes that his brother has reformed, but in my heart I know that Louis will never change. My life here in France will be a hell on earth. Oh, why, Louis, what is it? Whatever is the matter?
Your Majesty, I came to you quickly because...
How quickly, tell me.
That horrible man. How I hate him.
Who?
Monsieur le Tellier. He has been drinking a great deal of wine, Your Majesty. And as I was on my way up to these apartments, he started from one of the anterooms and saw me, and he tried to drag me into the other room where the others were drinking with their women. He is a horrible man. He may hold high ranking here in this court, but he is more uncouth than the lowest peasant I have ever seen in Spain.
Oh, don't cry, Louisa. You're safe now. Stay here with me and you're safe. Did he try to kiss you?
Yes, and not only that, he spoke so strangely. He boasted that love was in the air, that even his king at this moment was making violent love on an island.
On an island?
Yes. What did he mean, Your Majesty? When I followed the king, I understood from my inquiries that the king was taking a ship along the coast, visiting on matters of state.
An island? Surely it couldn't be... Oh, I could heavens, Louise, I have suddenly realized. Louis' secrecy early in the morning, his hurry to get away, and Edmund here now. Louis is on the island from which Edmund has just come. Louis with Edmund's wife at his mercy.
Maria Theresa, her eyes widening in apprehension, sprang to her feet. Louisa, not realizing the import of the news she had just given her mistress, stared at her in astonishment. What will eventuate from this startling discovery? Make sure you hear the next enthralling chapter of The Man in the Iron Mask.
The Man in the Iron Mask.
Louis of France is successful in his devilish plan to deceive Marguerite as to the identity of her husband. He has already arrived at the island pretending he is Edmund, and the startling likeness between the twins completely fools Edmund's guardian, Monsieur Saint-Mars, and Marguerite herself. Meanwhile, Louis's wife, the Queen of France, has accidentally discovered the truth because of a chance remark made by her lady-in-waiting, Louisa.
Your Majesty, what are you saying?
Why, of course it is so clear to me now. Oh, Louise, I knew there was mischief afoot. That's why I sent you to the coast this morning. Louis was so secretive. In the early morning, I heard him and Mattioli speaking in hushed voices in the next room, preparing to go off on a journey. Oh, Louisa, this is ghastly. I can see it all now. Louis has called his brother Edmund here to the palace, leaving Edmund's wife defenseless on the island. And now Louis is on his way there if he hasn't already arrived.
Oh, Your Majesty, how horrible. Can't some warning be sent?
Oh, I fear it is too late. But I must find Edmund. I must tell him. Oh, he is so much in love with Marguerite that if anything happened to her... Oh, dear heaven, he'll go mad. He'll go raving mad when I tell him the news. But I must, Louisa. Quickly, come with me. Edmund! Edmund!
The room is empty, Your Majesty. Perhaps the inner room.
Just a moment. When I left Edmund, he said he would take a walk in the gardens in the dusk. Oh, quickly, let us go through the gardens and find him as soon as possible.
Meanwhile, Louis walked impatiently up and down in the small sitting room of the private apartments in the fortress St. Marguerite. Under his breath, he cursed Edmund's guardian, who had so rudely interrupted his little romance. And when, half an hour later, Marguerite suddenly appeared with Saint-Mars, laughing and excited, he could not somehow respond to this gaiety. For three is a crowd, a veritable crowd, in such circumstances.
Darling, it's all ready. The table is spread and you must come now. Our wedding feast, darling.
She has talked of nothing else since you've been away.
I'm not sure that I'm hungry.
Not hungry? In that case, you need a glass of wine, Edmund, to whet your appetite. Now, in my private rooms, I have special wine. You will drink to your health and to your newfound freedom.
Go this way, Monsieur Saint-Mars. The short way.
Yes, of course. Quickly, hand me that chair, Edmund.
What's this?
Oh, Edmund. Surely you haven't forgotten the jailer's room just above this door?
The room in which I was instructed to sit, watching you through spy holes, making sure you would not make any attempt to escape from the island. Now for the secret catch. A perfect spy place, is it not? The workmanship and the carving is so beautifully executed, nobody could possibly guess unless they were told.
You mean your rooms are up there, above this door?
Edmund, where is your memory?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. How inconvenient.
Inconvenient?
Well, it would have been inconvenient had I remained here a prisoner. You and I need privacy, my dear Marguerite.
Here it is, the special bottle of finest Rhenish wine. The wine which used to be your favorite in our old home. Remember, Edmund?
I don't want any wine, thank you.
Why, Edmund?
No. Aren't you going to close that panel up?
Yes? Yes, of course, Edmund. You seem a little out of colour.
Oh, it's been such a long journey over to the mainland and back. Oh, please have one glass of wine, Edmund, before we go to our wedding supper. One glass. It is, after all, an occasion.
An occasion? Yes, I suppose it is an occasion. Very well, Saint-Mars. Open the bottle.
Oh, Edmund, come here quickly. This great flock of gulls in the dusk. Oh, they look like ghost birds with a gloom in circles.
Don't ask me to go near those windows. I told you I can't stand heights.
You are undoubtedly suffering from overtiredness, Edmund. I can tell from the tone of your voice. Now, here is a glass of this glorious wine, and one for you, Marguerite, and one for me. Now, a toast. I give you the toast, long life and complete happiness in your newfound freedom, Edmund.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Monsieur Saint-Mars.
I've dreamed of this day when you, Edmund's guardian, might wish us both happiness.
May God be with you always.
Just one moment, Mama.
Yes, Edmund.
Much as I hate to break up this happy little party, there is something I've suddenly remembered.
And what is that, Edmund?
Mistress and Ma has to go back to the mainland.
Oh,
at once.
At once?
Yes, I forgot to tell you. All the excitement of arriving here, it was very stupid of me to overlook such an important command.
A command?
The command comes from the king.
Mon Dieu. And such an important order you forget to mention. I am very surprised, Edmund.
Never mind about your surprise. You'd better make preparations and go at once.
Exactly what is the order, Edmund? Do I go to the palace?
The palace? No. No, indeed. The king orders that you take this ship, which is now at the pier. Go to the mainland and wait there for him. Until you receive further orders from me. I mean, from the king. And you'd better hurry. I've been so late in giving you this order. One can never tell. You might find the king waiting for you there.
Oh, Edmund, why did you not think to tell me of this before? We have made such lavish preparations, haven't we, Marchioly?
Our wedding feast. And I did want your guardian to be with us. Never mind, Mrs. Lamar. There will be another occasion. And the feast will not be wasted, because now that Edmund has had his run, I'm sure he's found his appetite. But it must wait a little, of course, until his guardian makes his departure.
Meanwhile, on the mainland, and in the beautiful palace grounds, Maria Theresa and her maid-in-waiting Louisa searched in vain for Edmund Marchioly. Dusk had now deepened into night, which made their searching so difficult. And just as they were about to give up and return to the palace, Louisa suddenly placed her hand upon Maria Theresa's arm.
A moment, Your Majesty. There in the far distance, that figure silhouetted in the moonlight.
Oh, a statue.
But is it a statue?
Oh, it is so still. No, that could not be Edmund.
A moment. If we can walk down these steps, I think I remember that there was a circular path. Fortunately, the moon will show it.
Listen to the nightingale. Oh, what a beautiful night, Louisa. A full moon, the brightest of stars. And yet we have the most miserable news for Edmund Marchioly.
This is the path. And now, as we draw nearer, look, the silhouette moves.
Then it must be Edmund. And we passed near here not so long ago.
He must be thinking deeply of his loved one.
Louisa, you stay here. I think it would be better if I told him of this alone. I shall have to break the news gently.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Is that you, Edmund?
Why, Maria Theresa.
I have interrupted you in your reverie.
Reverie? Call it reverence, Maria. I've been worshipping a star.
A star?
You may call me foolish. Call us both foolish. But my darling Marguerite and I made a pact when first we met. We promised each other that if ever we should be parted, we would go out into the darkness, look up into the heavens and find a special star. A star which we call our very own. At this time each night, when possible, we would each look up to this star, each thinking of the other. And truly, Maria, sometimes when I look at that special star, just below the moon, see? Not bright, but large and milky. When I look at that star, and Marguerite is far away, I feel that she too sees what I see. And thus, as I think, our thoughts intermingle. In that way, we can never be parted. Maria, what is it? You're distressed.
So distressed that I can hardly find the words to...
Maria, you must tell me. What is it?
Edmund, you must be brave. You must keep your head. I have some fearful news for you.
Fearful news? What has happened?
After I left you late this afternoon, I spoke with my maid-in-waiting, Louisa. She accidentally learned that
The king, your brother, has set sail for the island of Saint Marguerite.
The island of Saint Marguerite?
And there would only be one reason. Do you understand me clearly, Edmund? Only one reason why he would go to the island.
Oh, dear.
You have successfully masqueraded as your brother here at the palace. Perhaps he can masquerade as you at the island.
This is the truth.
Louisa is near at hand, she would tell you. She had it from the telly.
So this is why my brother was so forgiving. This is why he was so magnanimous, so overbearingly sweet and kind. So full of brotherly love and benevolence. The black-hearted swine.
Hush, Edmund.
The filthy, evil cur that he is. I'll tear his throat out for this. I'll tear the very heart out of him. Quickly, a horse. I must ride a horse to the coast. I'll kill him, Maria. I'll tear him apart.
Maria Theresa, terrified at this burst of passion, stepped back in terror, for now she could hardly recognize this new Edmund. What will be the result of this frightful news? Make sure you don't miss the next exciting chapter of The Man in the Iron Mask.
The Man in the Iron Mask.
Suggested from a story by Alexander Dumas. Written for radio by Eric Scott and a George Edwards production. Maria Theresa, having accidentally discovered where her husband Louis is and the fact that he is impersonating Edmund on the island Saint Marguerite with the object of deceiving Edmund's wife, now hurries to find Edmund and to acquaint him with this terrible news. When Edmund learns the truth in the quiet of the palace garden, his anger is something terrible to see, and he utters dire threats against his brother.
I'll kill him. I'll tear his throat out.
Edmund, you must control yourself, please, for my sake.
You swear this is the truth?
I had it from my maid, Louisa, who had it from Letellier. And Letellier, as you know, is Louis' right-hand man. He didn't tell Louisa directly, but he was in his cups, and we put two and two together.
Marguerite on the island, alone and defenseless.
Is there no one else there?
There is one hope. My guardian, Saint-Mars, he will be there, and several jailers. But my one great fear is that Marguerite may not know. This likeness between us, so useful, so accommodating, now becomes something ghastly, an instrument of torture turned upon myself. Oh, Marguerite, you must guess. You must understand that there is only one Edmund. Only one person in this world who loves you to distraction. This other, he's a swine, a monster. And I'll kill him with these two hands.
Edmund, where are you going?
To the palace. I'll have him saddle a horse and I'll ride like fury to the coast.
Take care, Edmund. In your passion, you may make a mistake. They may guess at the palace that you aren't the king. And if that were the case...
Yes. If they guess, they may keep me here. And to keep me here a prisoner when I know that my brother is on the island with Marguerite. No, I can't bear the thought. But I will remember, Maria. I will speak carefully, watch my words, my actions, until I reach the island. Then will all my self-control be gone.
say goodbye.
Where is Marguerite?
Still supervising for the wedding feast. Now there'll be only two of you. And yet, your lovers. Perhaps it will be better after all. At the same time, I would like to have been with you. To wish you well. Your first day of freedom.
Yes, Saint Mar, but you're wasting time talking. The king's orders must be obeyed, and I've delayed in giving you these orders. You had better board the boat immediately and be off.
It seems almost as though you were anxious to be rid of me.
Anxious? Why, of course I'm not anxious, Guardian. It's just that I don't want to get you into any trouble. You know, the king's an impatient man, and he may be waiting for you at the coast.
I can't imagine what it is he wants of me. When my duty has been allotted to me guarding you. Still, perhaps now that he realizes that you're a free man... by the way, did you bring back any documents for the jailers?
Documents? What documents?
The orders from the king that you're now a free man. Otherwise, there is one, you know the one I mean, Navarre, an officious man, born and bred in the Bastille practically. If it hadn't been for me, your life here might have been very difficult with this head jailer.
I can deal with Navarre and all the others.
Then you have the orders from the king to show them.
Yes, and will you please go? I feel nervous for your sake.
Very well. Then, this is goodbye, Edmund. Until I see you again.
Until you see me again. Goodbye, Guardian.
Edmund?
Oh, it's you, Marguerite. I've been waiting for you so impatiently.
And I've been impatient to be with you once again. But there was so much to do in the kitchen. I want everything to be perfect. Would you like supper late?
As late as possible.
Everything will be ready in an hour. Oh, I'm glad you're not hungry, because all those orders were given so hurriedly. You arrived back so unexpectedly.
Yes, of course. Close the door behind you, Marguerite.
Yes, Edmund.
It's so nice to be alone again.
Look from the windows here. I can see the flares in the darkness. The little boat is setting out already with your guardian aboard. How disappointed he was that he couldn't stay with us and see. Come to the window and wave to him, Edmund.
I'd rather not. That terrible drop.
You know, that's something I still can't understand about you, Edmund. You've always loved this window. Looking down there hundreds of feet into those waves and the pointed black rocks. With the teeth you used to call them.
There's something I can't bear about heights. A kind of magnetism.
Once again you puzzle me. Well, in the past you've always loved heights.
Well, do come away from that window and let's sit down here and talk.
Very well, Edmund. Darling, you seem so short-tempered tonight.
Do I?
Yes. What is it?
Well, nothing except that perhaps I've been impatient to be with you again.
And your voice. Such a strange quality in it.
Perhaps it's my emotion. Hold your head up, Marguerite. Let me hold you close. Let me kiss those lips again.
Oh.
Don't you love me?
Well, there's something so strange about you, Edmund. Almost as though there was a barrier.
Barrier? You talk of barriers when I've just held you in my arms. I can assure you, my dear Marguerite, that there are no barriers between you and me. And there never will be. We're here alone, you and I. My guardian already on his way out of the bay. You and I alone on an island, except for a few guards and servants. Isn't it an exultant feeling? No one to disturb us and to make sure...
What are you doing?
Locking the door, of course, so that none of those oafs will come here to disturb our happiness. Marguerite, you're the most beautiful thing on this earth. Never have I set eyes on such beauty. Never have I kissed such soft lips. Never have I held...
Don't. Edmund, don't. Oh, Edmund, what is it about you? That strange quality in your voice. The expression in your eyes. And that ring. Where did you get that ring?
This ring? Why, it was given to me.
Royal crest. You've seen the king.
Indeed, I've seen the king. You forget the royal pardon. But come, let's talk of you, Innocent.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course, Edmund, but...
But what?
Edmund, can you find our star tonight?
What star?
A star we chose for our own.
What do you want to talk of stars for now?
Oh, this is incredible. Fantastic. Either you or I are going crazy.
What is this?
I sensed it as soon as you came here. Now I know it for the truth. You're not my husband.
You're crazy.
You're not my husband. I'd know Edmund anywhere. I love him so deeply. There's so much between us that no one could ever take his place. And yet you're... Oh, the fantastic likeness. Incredible that I pinch myself to make quite sure that I'm not dreaming. You're not Edmund Marchioly.
What if I'm not?
What are you doing here? What does this mean? No, don't come near me.
If I'm not Edmund Marchioly, at least I should share his joys and his sorrows, more especially his joys. Has he never told you about his brother?
Brother?
His twin brother.
Twins? And you're his twin? Oh, that explains so much.
And yet it would have been so much more amusing, so much more enchanting if you hadn't detected it. However, no matter. As I'm so much like my brother, I'm sure you won't object to my attention. After all, when you fell in love, it was with this outer form, was it not? The face, the features, the man himself. And if I'm not Edmund, at least I am his blood brother. And what is more close, his twin. Well, why do you step backward? Why do you keep this distance between us? Oh, no, you don't. I locked that door for one reason and for one reason only. We must not be disturbed.
Oh, give me that key. Give me that key.
In exchange for another kiss. In exchange for a little reciprocation, yes. But first I must see this tenderness, this wondrous love that exists between my brother and his wife. You shall have your key when I have your kiss.
Don't come near me. Oh, no. No, please, please have mercy on me. It's a joke, isn't it, sir? A joke that you would have with me. Oh, but now it has gone far enough. Please unlock that door and let me go. I go on my knees to you, please, please.
Get up. Oh, no, don't tremble, Marguerite. I love you. Don't you understand? My brother and I share the same mother. Why shouldn't we share the same love?
No, let me go. Oh,
If you turn away, I'll break your arm.
No.
You little wildcat. So you've got away. Well, let me tell you that these tactics won't help you. We're here alone, you and I, and the more trouble you make... What are you doing? Come away from that window. Do you hear me? Come away from that window.
If you come a step nearer, I'll jump.
You wouldn't dare.
If you come a step nearer, I'll jump.
No, you wouldn't dare, because if you jumped that terrible drop below, those waves, those horrible rocks, nobody would have the courage. Come to me, Marguerite. As I draw closer, you know you could never do such a thing. There's Edmund to think of, too. Edmund, who loves you so dearly, and I... Marguerite! Marguerite! Mon Dieu, she's gone!
Horror-stricken, Louis rushed to the window as he saw Marguerite disappear from its ledge. As he looked down into the great cavern of blackness, as he listened to the dull moan of the waves and wind, he could hear once again the piercing shriek which all but split his eardrums. Make sure you hear the next absorbing chapter of The Man in the Iron Mask. The Man in the Iron Mask. When Edmund Marchioly discovers that his twin brother Louis is on the island St. Marguerite, with Marguerite at his mercy, he hurries to the island only to find that Marguerite has met her death. Louis, still dazed, confesses that Marguerite has jumped from a window high up in the fortress into the yawning chasm of an angry sea and rocks below. Edmund, his face almost black with rage, rushes at his brother.
I'll kill you! I'll throttle the life out of you! Edmund, don't! Edmund, you're mad! Those eyes! Edmund, you've lost your reason! Oh, no! Don't die! Die, Edmund! I implore you! Edmund, it wasn't my fault! I didn't think she'd do it! She climbed up into the window frame. I didn't think any woman would have the courage to jump up. Edmund, have mercy. Edmund, I'm your brother.
Well, have you anything else to say? No. Your lips are blue and your eyes closed. Are you dead? By heaven, if I haven't choked the life out of you, you'll die as she died. You'll die as Marguerite died. Ah, you still breathe. I'll smash you on those rocks below.
No, Edmund.
I'll smash you! Smash you!
No. No, Edmund, have mercy.
Marguerite's voice. Marguerite outside that window. Oh, Marguerite. On the wind I heard your voice down there in those waves. I'm so sorry. It was you.
Let him live, Edmund. There could never be blood on your hands.
Oh, Marguerite. Marguerite, my darling, come back to me. I cannot go on without you. I love you, my darling. Oh, Marguerite.
Edmund, I've been looking for you at... Mon Dieu. What is this? Why, Edmund, you killed him.
No. He still breathes.
Your Majesty. Your Majesty.
Majesty. To think that France has been ruled by such as him. Man who would drive such purity, such loveliness as Marguerite to her death. To those rocks down there.
I've been talking with Navarre, the jailer. I don't know whether you know the truth, Edmund.
Yes.
The swine. No punishment is good enough. It's a pity you didn't kill him. And yet...
No blood on my hands. Marguerite would never want blood on my hands.
And yet it's either your life or his, Edmund.
What?
Don't you realize that when he recovers consciousness, he'll put you back in the mask? And this time it will be the heavy mask.
What does it matter? What does anything matter now Marguerite is dead?
A moment. Your brother has been guilty of a ghastly crime. He has driven Marguerite to her death. Why shouldn't he be punished?
Punished?
I have in my mind a most incredible punishment. A punishment which is equal to the crime.
No blood on my hands.
You are my ward, Edmund. And I love you. I have always felt that one day you'd make me proud of you. That day draws near. I know how broken is your spirit, your poor heart. But there's a future for you, Edmund. And that future is France.
France?
Your brother has ruled France wickedly, wantonly, with no thought of the people. Since you took his place for his convenience, why not take his place now for France's convenience, for France's future?
What do you mean?
Louis lies there unconscious. In the next room is the mask. There is a blacksmith on the island.
A blacksmith?
You know... Why not? Your brother locked you in an iron mask. Now he has done worse than murder. Is it not recompense? Is it not fitting that he should pay for his crime?
Of course. Then Louis and his mask remain here. And I...
You take your place, your rightful place, for this man is not worthy. You take your place as King of France.
Within an hour, a blacksmith was called and was informed that the King of France had a commission for him to do. Louis, it must be remembered, was almost unrecognizable. His face was blue and bruised in the struggle he had had with Edmund. His lips were swollen. And now, as this blacksmith began carefully to weld the iron mask over the man's features, he little realized that he was imprisoning this wanton King of France. But soon the work was done, and as it was almost completed, from behind the mask there came a groan. Louis was recovering consciousness. Motioning both Saint-Mars and the blacksmith to leave the room, Edmund stood in the center of the floor, his arms folded, waiting for full consciousness to return. At last...
Where am I? What is this blackness?
There are shutters which cover your eyes. All you have to do is lift them, Louis.
Shutters? What is this talk of shutters?
Perhaps I can assist.
Edmund, you? Where am I? What is this thing? What is this thing over my head? Take it off! Take it off!
You must become well used to the mask, Louis. It's yours for life.
For life? I mean, to heaven, I can't move it. And the weight.
Exactly. And remember this, brother Louis. You wear that mask for Marguerite's sake.
Marguerite?
My wife. My lovely wife, whom I loved more than life itself. You drove her to her death. But she would never wish blood on my hands. So you will wear that mask as repentance.
Oh, no. No.
And now I shall leave you, Louis. Leave you this lovely island, which is also christened Marguerite.
You can't do this thing. I'll tell them. I'll tell everybody. I'll have you arrested. I'll have you put on the rack and torn limb from limb.
You've made your own rack. This is goodbye, Louis.
Goodbye? This is but the beginning. Wait till they find me. The guards, the soldiers. Guards! Guards, come here! Help! Help!
Save your breath. These walls are thick. As for the guards, they'll come in good time. Goodbye, brother. I leave you now to make France a better place to live in, if it is in my power.
France a better place to live in? What crazy talk is this?
For a whim of yours, I took your place as King of France. I know your rooms, your friends, your procedure. Now, for the sake of mankind, for the sake of all Frenchmen, I will rule France as you.
This is fantastic, preposterous. You can't do it, Edmund. Wait till the guards come, and if you kill me, I warn you, my body. They'll find my body and they'll guess, and you'll hang. Hang.
I'm willing to take the risk. Goodbye.
Come back.
Goodbye, you murderer.
Help! Help! No!
Jailer! Jailer! You called, Your Majesty? Jailer, the man in the iron mask. I fear he's losing his reason.
Indeed, Your Majesty.
You must guard him closely. You must never let him out of those rooms. Understand?
I understand, Your Majesty.
His talk is wild. He has the most fanciful ideas sometimes. He even imagines that he is the king.
Then he must indeed be losing his reason, Your Majesty.
I understand you're head jailer here. I also understand that you strictly discipline your men. I am pleased.
Oh, thank you, Your Majesty.
From now on, you shall be the governor of this island. I have another post for Monsieur Saint-Mars on the island.
Oh, thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you. I promise I will do all in my power to uphold my position.
All I need of you is your loyalty and your dependability concerning this post. Guard the man in the iron mask. Guard him well. Let no one near him except yourself and your guard.
I swear it, Your Majesty. And thank you once again for placing such trust in me. I am your grateful servant.
Get up off your knees. See to the prisoner's needs. Monsieur Saint-Mars and myself go at once to the mainland.
Yes, Your Majesty, and God bless you, Your Majesty. Godspeed.
Governor. Governor of St. Marguerite. Only a jailer, and now I'm governor.
Who's that?
Who do you think it is? Get up on your feet.
It's one of the jailers. Oh, thank heaven you come. Jailer, quickly. Take this thing off my head.
What? Oh, take off the iron mask? Things have changed round here, Marchioly. You used not to wear the iron mask when St. Mars was governor, but now you will wear it all the time.
You don't understand, jailer. I'm the king. My brother has had me locked in his mask. He wants to keep me here, but I'm the king, your king. Have this mask taken off at once.
Here, who do you think you're talking to? I'm the governor of St. Marguerite, and I want respect from you, see?
Respect?
You, the king of France. Then perhaps I'm the king of Spain, eh? Get up off your knees and stand to attention.
You dare to talk to me like this? How dare you? I'll have you taken to the guillotine.
Are you refusing to obey me? Get up on your feet. Get up or I'll kick you where you lie.
Taylor, you've got to believe me. I'm the king of France. I'm Louis XIV.
Well, that make you change your mind. Get up and stand to attention.
No, you've got to believe me. Someone must believe me. I'm the king of France and my brother is escaping from the island.
Mad. Mad as a hatter. You poor fool.
We now present the concluding episode of
The Man in the Iron Mask.
Stop it! Stop that moving! Don't you understand? Haven't you what he said? I'm the king!
Have a diet, he said. Oh, listen to him. It looks to me as if you're the one who needs the sense. So you're the king of France, eh? What would you say if I told you I was Philip of Spain, eh? But enough of this. I told you to get up on your 2 feet. Do you want me to kick you again?
No. Oh, please. Please send the others in. St. Mars. Where's St. Mars?
Never you mind where the former governor is, or anybody else. I'm governor here now, and you take your orders from me. Now up. Come on, up on your feet.
Don't you dare put your hands on me. Let me go.
What? You show viciousness, eh? All right, take that.
No.
King or no king, mad or sane, you understand this from now on. I'm the new governor here, and what I say goes.
Oh, heaven help me. I mean, no one understand. I'm the king. I'm the king. Oh.
And there's more coming if I ever have any more nonsense from you. Now shut your mouth and get up on your feet.
Edmund, are you sure that you'll be acting with safety?
What do you mean, Uncle?
To take the place of your brother for always. Surely there must be someone who will guess.
There is one. Only one.
Who is that?
Maria Theresa.
The Queen?
But then I told you that she knows my secret. and she will never tell. However, it is the Queen who presents the greatest problem.
In what way?
She is my brother's wife, not mine. And yet in the eyes of France... Here we are at the palace. I'll have a lackey show you your rooms, and then later we'll sup together and talk. Come in.
Your Majesty.
Oh, it's you, Maria.
Yes, Your Majesty. I am glad I found you alone. I heard you had returned. I was wondering... Oh, why, of course, it is you. It is Edmund.
You guessed?
I didn't know. I was terrified.
But you must be able to detect some difference between us now.
When you're fond of someone, Edmund, nothing can disguise him.
In that case, Marguerite must have guessed about Louis.
Marguerite?
Oh, Maria. Maria, my heart is broken.
Oh, what happened? What did Louis do?
There's nothing left for me. Nothing except my duty now towards France.
In broken accents, slowly and painfully, Edmund related his story. Maria Theresa sat by, her face growing paler and paler. Finally...
Oh, Edmund, what can I say? How can I show you how sorry I feel? Oh, it's a terrible, terrible tragedy.
My guardian wishes that I rule France in my brother's name.
But if he's on the island, wouldn't there be danger?
I'm willing to face that risk. The man I've left in charge, his intelligence is not very great. I don't think Louis will ever convince anybody while he lives in the Masque. Am I so very cruel, do you think?
I don't know, Edmund. Your brother deserves punishment. His has been a terrible crime. If it were not for him, Marguerite would still be alive today. Oh, Edmund, never set him free. For you have not only yourself to think of, but me, too, and these subjects of France. Subjects who have endured an extravagant, a willful, and a thoughtless king. There is something in life for you, Edmund. Marguerite may be gone, but remember that there is always France. And France belongs as much to you as it does to your brother.
Who's this, I wonder? Come in. Why, Uncle?
May I speak freely?
Of course. As I told you, Maria knows the truth.
Somebody has just come to the palace. There is news from the island. Startling news.
Oh, don't tell me that Louis has escaped. Oh, no, Mr. Saint-Mars.
Yes, Your Majesty. Louis has escaped. Escaped from this world.
What?
The jailer whom you made governor of the island, remember?
Yes.
He is here now in the palace. It seems that when he left the rooms, Louis dragged himself to the windows and threw himself down into that great chasm.
Oh,
the jailer is terrified that he will incur the king's displeasure. He seeks an audience, so he will tell you himself that Louis completely lost his reason. And when he was alone, only for a moment, this deed was done.
So Louis is dead.
Long live the king.
Long live the king. Edmund, don't you realize you are the king now? This is your rightful place. The new king of France.
And yet nobody can ever know the truth except ourselves.
So Louis has paid for his crime. There is a God after all.
I will leave you now. This jailer, will you grant him an audience?
Later, Uncle. I'm so confused in my mind. So much has happened. If you could leave me for an hour.
Yes, Edmund. Or should I say now, Your Majesty? God bless you.
Edmund.
Yes.
Perhaps this is not the time to tell you. And yet there must be no doubt in your mind about me and my position here in this court.
What are you trying to say?
Just this. You know I love you, Edmund. You are now King of France. I am the Queen, but I am not your wife. It's a strange situation, is it not?
Very strange.
There will be days and weeks of loneliness and sadness for you. Perhaps it may take a year, 2 years, 3 years. But please remember this, Edmund. If you want me here in this court as Queen, prepared to live this life for the sake of the great secret which is between us, I am willing to stay, Edmund, as your friend. But one day I hope with all my heart and with all my soul that you may turn to me, your friend, and make me your wife. No, don't say anything now, Edmund. Just remember that, should you so desire it, we can be married secretly, and no one need ever know that Louis and Maria Theresa were ever parted in death. Goodbye. I shall leave you now with your broken thoughts.
For a long time after Maria had gone, Edmund sat by the windows as though in a trance. And then slowly the sun set and dusk came. A lovely dusk, with the song of the nightingale already making itself heard in the palace garden. And then, as the stars came out one by one, Edmund slowly opened the casement and walked out into this perfumed night. A soft breeze stirred in the trees, and slowly the moon came up, lighting this fragrant evening. Slowly Edmund lifted his eyes heavenwards and sought out one star.
Darling, can you hear me? Remember our pact, Marguerite? You and I, and our star. Wherever you are, look upon our star, Marguerite, as I look on it now. Tell me that you love me as I love you, and your memory. You will never die, not in my heart. I love you, Marguerite. Say that you love me.
I love you, Edmund.
Oh, Marguerite, sweetheart. Come to me always, please, sweetheart. Every night I promise I shall come into this garden, seek out our star, and speak with you. Every day shall be a day in worship of your memory.
No, Edmund.
No?
You have your life before you, Edmund. Remember, you are the King of France.
King of France?
And the King of France must be a happy man. A man who will bring into the world another king, worthy to follow in his footsteps.
Marguerite.
You will marry Maria Theresa.
Oh, no, Marguerite. I love you. I love you.
Time does all pain, as you will see. You will love my memory, yes, for there is something between us that will never die. But Marguerite would never be happy if her loved one grieved and grieved. Go back, my loved one, and remember only that Marguerite was your very young love. France is your future with Maria Theresa. Goodbye, Edmund, darling.
Don't go.
Goodbye, and never grieve, for what you do, I do. She loves you, and in time you will both find happiness.
Historians tell us that the latter years of Louis XIV and Maria Theresa brought a great and prosperous reign to the kingdom of France. In these latter years, the magnificent palace at Versailles was completed, and Louis, with Maria Theresa at his side, was known throughout the length and breadth of the land as the most honorable, the most just, and the most far-seeing king who had ever sat upon the throne of France. And so concludes The Man in the Iron Mask,
suggested by the version by Alexander Dumas, written especially for radio by Eric Scott, and a George Edwards production.